All right, everything looks good to go. Everything looks good to go. Did like real audio mixer. Too many goddamn channels. All right, and we're live on the YouTube. YouTube looks good. Okay, fantastic. Hey there, heroes. My name is Hero Girl. I'm your friendly local neighborhood hero tuber and streamer for fun. And today we are doing Tarkir Dragonstorm. It's time to finally crack some packs. Brew some decks, maybe spend some time updating some decks because the commanders themselves don't necessarily look that inspiring. At least not for me. I don't know. I kind of like the new Dragon Spirits, but I've just have not been able to follow the story of the set at all. And I'm still like wondering what the hell happened to the Dragon Lords. So maybe I need to like look at that at some point. I don't know. But Tarkir Dragonstorm. This is really just going to be the prelude to the Final Fantasy packs, if you really think about it. And I came 10k short. I really kicked it into overdrive in the last week so I could finish my Mastery Pass. New Mastery Pass. Excellent. Archon Avatar. Get a statue. Artists. I'll worry about getting the Mastery Pass. I came close. If I had been a little more diligent with getting my daily wins on Arena, I would have hit the 45 easily, even with the break. Helen, hey, thank you so much for stopping by. And also, I do need to remember to hide chat when it comes to Magic Stream. But don't worry, we'll have chat back on for Xenoblade tomorrow. Yeah, we're playing Xenoblade Chronicles 2 tomorrow since I have a physical copy now. And I, with the help of Mr. Franz, figured out how to actually stream Switch game. So that'll also be part testing, part just hyper-focusing. Maybe Fish will join us. We'll see. Dungeon Dice Monsters on Thursday. And then Friday, we're playing Rumbleborn with Franz again. But anyway, hey, folks. I hope you like pack cracking. Not as good as, like, you know, getting a good back crack, mind you, but hey. Oh, God. You know, sometimes I actually need to go to my husband and ask him to, like, pop my back for me. Like, just really blow it out. Like, I go in for the hug. He gets his thumb right under my vertebrae. It just squeezes, and I can, like, feel the snap. And it feels amazing in the aftermath. But in that split second, I'm like, oh! Oh. Why do I have to be so old? All right, so 10 packs. I'm actually really looking forward to getting all the Omen dragons. I think they're gonna do a lot for Averna. Let's see. Okay, copy of Inevitable Defeat. Let's see, I really wanted that. I'm less excited for like the commanders and more excited for the staples here. I think it's probably the best way to put it. Things like Inevitable Defeat are just really good. Can't be countered, Exile, and Drain 3. Like that is chef's kiss. Amazing what you can do with Mardu now. Like, ooh, so good. I think wild card, Songcrafter Mage. I also just have not really been paying attention to the spoilers at all for this. So a lot of these are going to be new to me. When this creature enters, target instant sorcery card in your graveyard. Gains harmonize until end of turn. Ooh. Its harmonized cost is equal to its mana cost. Okay, so that's the snapcaster that my wife was telling me about earlier. We were looking at some of those harmonized cards for her Keymetrics deck. The Teamer Dinosaur, the one that copies the first instant that you cast. Calamex, that's what it was, Calamex. Yeah, we were looking at some of the harmonized cards for Calamex as a way to like tap Calamex, but they're all sorceries, so Calamex doesn't actually cast them. Shame. Ameline Stormshell. Whenever you cast a turtle spell, you untap it, and then whenever it attacks, you put 3 stun counters on it and then draw 3 cards. That's so silly. New Way Forward. This was one my wife played in the pre-release. The next time a source of your choice would deal damage to you this turn, prevent that damage. When the damage is prevented this way, new wave forward deals that much damage to that source's controller, and you draw that many cards. Okay, it's kind of situated. Stillness in motion. Why is Jason the art? Why is Jason Loot still in the art? Why are they here? Why are they perpetually in the background for all of these stories? What the fuck is going on, Watsy? Beginning of your upkeep, mill 3 cards. Then if your library has no cards in it, exile this enchantment and put 5 cards from your graveyard on the top of your library in any order. Okay, so it's basically just going to be used as a 2-mana mill 3 cards. Gotcha. Fill your graveyard. Windcrag Siege. Okay, this one I really wanted. Because the Mardu side of this doubles attack triggers. The Jeskai one makes a goblin with lifelink and haste. Okay. It gains lifelink and haste until end of turn. It gains it until end of turn. Okay. That's kind of a sneaky way to make a token with keywords and then not have to print a unique token with keywords that is just for that enchantment. That's kind of sneaky. I don't mind it, but like, Venture the Fallen, mobilize X, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Zurak, I have to play this guy a little bit in my pre-release. It's not bad. It's like a it's like that one enchantment, the Sanctuary card, I think. It's a 1-mana green enchantment that says whenever an opponent targets a creature you control, you get the draw card. And Zurak does exactly that, except he also can't be countered, also has trample. 3 mana, 4 power at 3 mana. That fills a lot of good slots. Sinkhole Surveyor. Whenever this creature attacks, you lose a life, and this creature endures 1. Okay, so whenever this creature attacks, let's see, you could make it bigger, but you can also just like make token. That's one that I could put in Zahir. That's okay. I like that. And then these are going to be the uncommons, which I'm just going to skim through real quick. The renew keyword, it's literally scavenge, but better. Because with scavenge, you were just putting +1/+1 counters on things, and like that's fine. But with this, you're also putting ability keyword counters on creatures. Pretty good. Hardened Scales, that's right. Hardened Scales is going to be even more obnoxious. This one, oh, that's right. This is where the roast is. I knew there was a roast in the format, but stapled onto a dragon. Not bad, actually. Honestly, I think the Omen Dragons are largely pretty good. Thornstreak Feral, it's discard a card. If you do, draw 2 cards. I like that in Brawl version of Captain Howler. I like it a little less in something like a multiplayer commander format. But in Howler, this is fine. The Dawnbreaker. Don't do pre-releases for 3 color sets. It just devolves into 5 color madness. Just don't. Not worth it. Okay. Just open the next 10 packs. See if we get any other cool commander build rounds. Ooh, Perenation. Return target permanent from your graveyard to the battlefield with a hexproof counter and an indestructible counter on it. Alright. Target permanent. Let's see, then there's the Fleshcrafter. I don't understand why... no, I guess I can see it. The encampment cards. These are good utility lands. And I feel like I'm probably going to end up having to craft these anyway. Because, like, you know, anytime that you get a new set, one of the first things that you should prioritize is crafting the lands. But, I don't know. These aren't mana-fixing lands. These are just good utility lands. And, like, the Mysterized Village is alright. I think this... Yeah, okay, you know what? I'll even go so far as to say it's good. But the fact that they don't come into... that they're basically check lands that only tap for a single color is kind of, yeah. Although I guess that's not that different than like the castles, like Castle Ardenvale or Castle Ventress and Castle Lochthwain. Those still see play, but like, you know, they're not just automatically slap them into any multicolored deck, right? What does the Fleshcrafter do? This is the exile this card from your graveyard. Put a counter on a non-legendary creature you control. Each other creature you control becomes a copy of it until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Gotcha. Stage of the Skies. When you cast a spell, if you've cast another spell this turn, copy this spell. Huh. So if this is the if this is the second or higher card that you've cast this turn, you get multiple copies. That's effectively Storm, right? That's effectively one-sided Storm because Storm counts the opponent's spell count as well. There's Sarkon, Dragon Ascendant. When he enters, you can behold a dragon. If you do, make a treasure. Whenever a dragon you control enters, he gets a counter. To end a turn, it becomes a dragon in addition to his other types and gains flying. Okay. Is this support that I would put into Kalia? I don't know. Like, it's tempting. Like, Beholding Dragons seems alright. But at 2 mana, I'm not sure. He does get bigger. Sig Ceremony, 3 black. That's Necropotence colors. Creature spells you cast cost 2 less. Whenever a creature you control enters, if you cast it, destroy that creature, then make a 2/2 zombie. The creatures you cast cost 2 less. And then if you cast a creature spell, when it enters, you destroy that creature and then make a 2/2 zombie druid token. Huh. This has combo potential. Like, I feel that's a fairly nothing statement to say. Like, of course, anything that reduces creature cost is gonna have combo potential. That's how the Heartless Summoning deck worked. But at the same time, interesting. Ooh, we got a Shiki. The Shiki is pretty good. 4 mana, 4/4. Gain combo your turn if you've cast both a creature spell and a non-creature spell. Draw a card. Put 2 counters on her. Vigilance Trample. The Ward 1 is... Okay, so here's the thing. Ward 1 is in this spot where it's just kind of a hindrance more than protection. Like, it taxes the opponent a little bit to use a kill spell on this thing. Maybe it throws them off curve a little bit. If you get this thing down on turn 3, they're going to have a hard time using Bloodchief's Ascension to kill it specifically, but not if they have Go for the Throat or anything like that. I think Ward 2 is probably the sweet spot if you want to rely on Ward as, like, actual protection. Specifically, what Ward 1 is good at is getting your opponent to commit mana, like tax them, and then wait until they've tapped out their 1 extra mana. And then maybe combine this with like a Rhystic Study so they have to pay an additional 1 to keep you from drawing. And then once they've tapped out for any additional costs, that's when you go ahead and hit them with the Snakeskin Veil or the Dispel. Just some sort of protection magic, some sort of backup that you played Dragonclaw into. That way they don't have a chance to just like fight over it. Beginning of combat. Vigilance Trample Ward. 2 +1/+1 counters. Pretty good. Then what is this? The rest is uncommons. The special guests for this were just the ultimatums and the fetch lands, right? Right. Ooh, Mythic Pool. Hi, Craterhoof. I already have a Craterhoof because of the anthologies, but like, you know, it was inevitable that I was gonna pull a Craterhoof here too, I guess. I guess that means I have at least 2 hoofs. Let's see. There's our first Spirit Dragon. Bader kin to all. This is the one that wants toughness to matter. Give your answer if creature you control if creatures you control have total toughness 10 or greater, you draw a card. Then if you control 20 or greater, untap each creature you control. 40 or greater, each opponent loses half their life rounded up. Like, This is a hardened scales deck for sure. I think the commander face version that's going to be coming out with alchemy. Can I craft it now? I feel like I'm going to wait. I feel like I'm going to hold off on that until I open alchemy packs in a few weeks. I've got like 5k gold left over. That's just going to go straight to alchemy. That's kind of how I wanted. It's kind of how I started getting these packs. Is I buy the packs in 10s unless I can specifically afford the 45k bundle, because that does come with the free rare. And then everything else just goes straight into alchemy. Yeah. Let's see. But we got the rare that came with the bundle anyway, so like, you know, it's kind of a wash. Flying Death Touch Lifelink. Put a flying counter, death touch counter, and lifelink on the target creature. Activate only as a sorcery. So it's a... Okay. It's a Nighthawk. A vampire Nighthawk. And then you can basically turn anything you want into a Nighthawk. I think the Sultai deck is actually the thing that I'm going to be looking at brewing first. So I might need to craft me a Sultai Dragon. 19 rare, 7 mythics. I think we can probably do that. This one's a draw 3, discard a card. When it enters, turn up to 2 other non-land permanents to their owner's hands. That's some pretty good temp. I don't mind. There's Winter Night Stories, which is, you know, how they allegedly kept the traditions alive, which is why the clans are back. Nature's Rhythm. Search your library for a creature card, mana value X or less. Put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. And also it has Harmonized, so good old Quarter Calling. Finale of Devastation. True. So we have a ton of creature tutors in green now. That's something. This is exile creature card from your graveyard and make a spirit. Okay. I guess the fact that this is not sorcery speed helps. And then they've got the monuments. Skimmer. Yeah, there it is. That's the bird. That's the bird that draws you a card whenever cards leave your graveyard. Monastery. I do like the look of the new Tarkir cards. I think these look very distinct. I like that the creature types are a lot more spread out throughout the lands too. Like, I'm pretty sure we didn't really see goblins in Jeskai. Last time it was mostly Ifrit and humans. Ifrit, humans, and Jinn. This time, though, there's actually like some goblin-y goblins, whereas goblins before were more Mardu or Temur. Storm Beacon Blade is actually really cool. It's basically battalion draw a card. And also give the creature 3/0. Like, that's not insubstantial. Let's see, this is a top deck. Yeah, this is like a Man War to the top of the deck. Also, I just really like that art. That's a really pretty bird. Hey, guys, remember the Yeti? Remember the 4/3 vanilla? That was actually really playable in Khans of Tarkir, a little less in Dragons. He's back, and this time he has keywords. When it enters, target creature can't block this turn, and then he also has reach. Like, this is the new vanilla. Raining Victor. This creature enters, target creature gets 1/0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. Oh, and he's got a little prize. Aw. Agent of Covetous. Let's see. Combat trick. Yeah. Alright, these are the 3 gift packs that you got in your mail. You can only open them up 1 at a time? What the hell? Ooh, Saga. Draw 2. Lose 2. Whenever a creature you control enters this turn, each opponent loses 1 life and you... Okay. I don't like the Zergos, the clan leader again. I don't know. There's just something about that that rubs me the wrong way. Probably because I still remember a timeline where he was the villain. Hey, mythic wildcard. I'll take that. That could be anything. Could even be a dragon. And then we have 3 gold packs. Best time to open them is at the start of a new set. Hey, there's Ugin. So, I am fully expecting this card to be absolutely insane as a Brawl commander. Like, you just ramp, and then he fixes all the problems with colorless. Like, he is removal. He draws you cards. It also, you know, the ultimate is pretty backbreaking. Getting the Vaultborn Tyrant. This is huge. This is huge. This is like such a big stabilizer. It's big, it's dumb, it's green, it draws cards. And then when it dies, it just makes a token that's a copy of it. Makes an artifact copy. And then it also draws you cards and gains you life whenever other big creatures enter. Like, this card is ridiculous. This card is insane. This card is not okay. And like, usually if the opponent resolves this, you're at the point in the game where it's just completely snapping the parity in half. And now we have a copy. So like, yeah, Gambarimasu. Oh, I forgot to pull out some of the cards on my wish list. Oh, we did get a Shiko. When Shiko enters, exile target non-land card, mana value 3 or less from your graveyard. So that's any non-land card. So instant, sorcery, creature, enchantment, etc., etc. Copy it, then you may cast the copy without paying its mana cost. How do we feel about this? Like, I guess it means you can just like recast stuff. You can recast removal, you can recast build around pieces. You're probably, I don't know that you're really cheating stuff into play, right? Like, you're not really gonna build this deck around discarding 3 mana stuff specifically so you can make copies of it off of 1 dragon. I don't think so. Clarion Conqueror is interesting. Activated abilities of artifacts, creatures, and planeswalkers can't be activated. That's perfectly symmetrical. Like, that is literally a neither of us can actually do the thing. That is not Lavinia style. Only the opponent can't follow these rules. Both players have to follow these rules. I did get a copy of Anafenza. That's pretty cool. We got Stadium Headliner. Sack this creature, deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control. Target creature. It's a goblin with mobilize 1. So like, it's also a pretty good 1-drop. That goes into Squee very nicely. Doesn't look like we got a lot of other cards. So we got 4 new Dragons cards, 5 new Dragons cards, plus a really good Mythic. Honestly, I don't have any room to complain about this. This is a good 3 gold packs. Let's see. Let's clean up the wish list real quick. I mostly remember which ones around here. I should have done this like after I recorded the Brewers blog. So let's see. We did craft a Heart of Kirin. Destiny came in a pack. We got our Lumra. The Vaultborn wasn't even on. Oh wait, no, it's right there. It's right there. Okay, so I'll leave that there for. Oh hey, when did we get a Sab Suning? Huh. Completely missed that. I guess we have Frog. I'll leave it on there for the next video. Unless, you know, I check instant replay and then it turns out Sab Salim was in the video too. That's the problem. That's like the tension that exists between trying to record a Brewers blog the week before a new set comes out and then also rushing to do the Mastery Pass. Because like sometimes you just get a bunch of cards. Like the Seer Slicer Goblin was not in the video, I'm pretty sure. Did I craft a prize on Malcolm? I don't. Remember, I'm trying to save as many of these wild cards as possible for Final Fantasy. Alright, what do we not get that we potentially want to build? Start with the Mythics. I didn't do the pre-order bundle. I almost never do the pre-order bundle. So I did not get a free copy of Elspeth. Elspeth will be a nice one to get. Smile at Death. Give you upkeep, return up to 2 target creature cards. Power 2 less when engraved to the battlefield. Put a counter on each of those creatures. That seems fantastic. That seems amazing. I love that. I can't put it in Zahir, but like that's good. Tigem is a mythic? What? I got it. So I was talking about this with my wife, right? And one of the things that people are absolutely doing with this is they are doing turns. So like cast Surveil to start and then cast Time Warp. And you just get to take extra turns in a couple of turns. And then those extra turns also potentially get copied. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn. So like in response to the suspend trigger, cast a 1-mana instant, and then it casts the Time Warp off of suspend, and it resuspends. That seems a little nutty, right? I guess Tigem is really fragile in and of himself, but still. Rakshasa. This is a demon. Trample, Decay. Exile this card from your graveyard. Put a decayed counter on each of X target creatures. Activate only as a sorcery. It's a 2-mana 5/5. Like, that's really good as a blocker. God, I kind of want that for Kalia. That's a tempting craft. Stormscale Scion, Storm, Dragons, Draco Genesis. So I don't have Nariv, which is sad. Because I spent all that time studying Nariv's artwork to draw the weekly stream thumbnail. I was kind of looking forward to maybe building something block constructed with Nariv. All out Assault. Creatures control get 1/1 and have Death Touch. And then when this enchantment enters, you get double combat. Dragonback Assault. 3 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. And then landfall, you make a dragon. Oh, this is a card I would love to put in Averna. I really want to avoid crafting these when possible. Especially before really diving into Mastery Pass. Let's see. Erne, Son of Unending. Basically a Fury based on lands. Just got Revelation. There's Tavel. Tavel is one of the cards that I was thinking of looking at. Because it has the ability to give your spells Delve. So like you just eat stuff out of your graveyard. I don't know. I've really been wanting a deck that wants to mulch and like eat its graveyard. But I think I might have a better time if I use the other version of Tavel, the Commander Phase version. Death begets life. Destroy all creatures and enchantments. Draw a card for each permanent destroyed this way. So now Sultai has like Super Wrath. All the Spirit Dragons, so Tiamat gets to be a combo deck. And then Mox Jasper. Add 1 mana of any color. Activate only if you control a dragon. That's another card I might want for Kali, but specifically for Zenith Seeker. This whole set feels like it's going to be a good upgrade set for Zenith Seeker. Okay, this is more in line of like the Staxy but one-way effect. Voice of Victory. Your opponents can't cast spells during your turn, and it has Mobilize too. Like, that's a card I could put into Hilda. What else we got? Dragonologist. There's Sidisi. Scavenger Regent has Ward discarded card. That's like that's such a little bitch of a ward cost, but it's good. It's a good ward cost. Each non-dragon gets -X/-X. That's basically a Meat Hook Massacre. Or Steel Cutter, Teresa Light Shatter, Magmatic Hellkite. Just blow up a land, and then it comes in, and then it gets replaced with a basic that comes into play with a stun counter. Pay for exile top card of your library. You may until the end of your next turn. You may play that card. That is a card that I'm going to craft right now because that is actually an amazing card. Like, that card is so good that I will put that into Clothis for sure. Like, that's really good utility. Even though it's technically like a Jeskai support card, like there's nothing that keeps me from playing it in red-green. Warden of the Grove? Oh, it's a BB Hydra! Beginning of your end step, put a counter on this creature. Whenever another non-token creature you control enters, it endures X, where X is the number of counters on this creature. That is so cute! That is so cute! Do I might actually start looking at some of the hardened scale stuff. Search for search your library for up to 2 basic forest cards. One on the battlefield tapped, the other into your hand, then shuffle. And that's basically a cultivate. When I'm looking at the Omen stuff, I'm very specifically looking at the Omen dragons that have costs that are 2 or 1 for their Omen. Because that gives Averna a lot more options in terms of what she can play before turn 3. See, this is another siege. Siege is really good. Harder versus Abzan. This one's a curiosity. Yeah, it's a curiosity. It's also a way to push damage. The siege. This is a card that I could theoretically put into Farika, right? Whenever a counter is put on a creature you control, you draw a card. Only triggers once per turn. Whenever you attack, put a counter on target creature attacking. It gains menace until end of turn. And then there's the blue-green version. Whenever you cast instant sorcery, you mill 4 cards. And then you can also play lands from your graveyards. And there's Zergo. There's Siegebreaker. Battle Crier. Fucking elephants. Fucking 5 mana, get 2 5/5 elephants, and then also, like, if those elephants live long enough, they turn into 10/10s. Dawn of the Abzan. This card is kind of cool. This card is kind of cool in that it does just buff everything as soon as it comes in, and then also has trample. That's, like, I don't know. It's got the Go Wise synergy. Severance Priest. This is basically Skyclave Apparition, except from their hand. So, like, you can take their expensive game-winning card, but then also they get a massive spirit token if you do. But also, this is what I'm talking about. There were no Jin in Abzan originally, but now there are. So, like, I do like that the creature types are much more diversified. This makes spirit tokens, choose counters. I'm definitely gonna need help from the mastery path before I can really brew with a ton of these new cards. Then Code is the Fangkeeper. You're a little bitch. You wear equipment way too well. Lotus Dancers. Dragonfire Blade. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has hexproof from monocolor. That is big. And then it's equipped 1 if you're equipping it to a 3-color creature. So, like, it's a buff and it's hexproof. So it's really more like boots that trade haste for power. Except it's a little better than boots because it only costs 1. And then it's like I don't know. I don't know how to evaluate this. Snake. When it comes into play, choose 1. Destroy an enchantment, counter a spell, gain 3, surveil 3. Fantastic. We have made a better Mystic Snake. All you have to do is add black. I don't know what to tell you. 3-color cards are, like, really good. So as far as, like, the new commanders that we did get, Iski Dragonclaw kind of cool. Bader Kinto All, Shika, Ugin. I've got like 36 uncommons, actually. Folks, we are going to enact the time-honored tradition of going through all the cards that we didn't pull from commons and uncommons, and then crafting them one at a time. And one at a time, very specific, because I only have like 149, like 4, 8, 3, 4. 16 times 4, that's 30Q. 48? Take a 48 chunk out of my common wild cards? That's like a fair amount, but then I'll also get a ton of common wild cards back, I guess. I mean, it's what you gotta do, right? I hate it. It's not a good system, but it is what it is what it is. Like, just go through, and hopefully we'll make those commons back. Man, who decided that we can't just, like, exchange the extra copies of cards that we have for wild cards? Like, that... I don't want to say that I would gladly take an unfavorable rate in order to have something, because that is an awful way to negotiate. Like, just because you want dental, you need it, doesn't mean that you should accept having insurance cover it from your back alley doctor, whose method of root canal is in fact just taking the crank and just really in, you know? So, like, on that basis, I'm not going to say that it should be like, oh, you should have, I don't know, 8, 12, 20 extra rares that you don't want to grind it all down into a single rare wild card. Like, no, that's ridiculous. That's stupid. But, oh my god, can you imagine? Can you imagine how nice it would be to to go through your cards and be like, you know what? This set is no longer in standard. I am exclusively a standard player. Let's just go ahead and grind all of these down into dust. So that way we can, you know, lessen the cost of trying to stay relevant in the new meta when I don't pull the 4 copies of One-Eyed Klepto, right? And you find out that One-Eyed Klepto is actually trash in the Pro Tour. And like maybe a copy of him in the sideboard. Oh god, we did so much worse on this. We only have like 36. 1, 2, 3. It's what, 27? I hate this. It's 27 per page. I only have 36, so I have to like pick and choose which one I want. I hate that. Alright, so we have to figure out exactly which ones are the strictly playable ones. Strictly playable uncommons. Oh. If there's plenty of uncommons I want here. Return target card for your graveyard to your hand, and it's an instant! That seems pretty good. This one is destroy target creature power 3 or less attached to a 5-cost dragon. But it's in black. I don't need it. Double the power and toughness of a creature that it fights a creature you don't control. This one's a demon. Attacking tokens you control have death touch. And it's a 4/4 demon. That is something I theoretically put in the column. 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker, and you gain 2 life. 4 damage for 3 mana. How do I feel about that? Typically, if I'm paying 3, then I'm expecting 5 damage. I'm expecting 5 damage and also a handshake. But like the 2 life here is nothing. This is like the stapling 2 life onto a 4 damage sorcery. A sorcery? Mono red gets 5 damage at instant speed, and also they take away your indestructible. So you're telling me I am paying 3 different colors to get a worse product. But it's okay because we left a mint on your pillow. And by the way, that's mint chocolate, which is like objectively the worst way to have mint. So, no thank you. Frontline, stalwart. I mean, that's a cool dragon. I like it. This is exile target permanent mana value 3 or greater at 3 mana. I mean, I guess that's skirmish rhinos. Armored dragon, fine. Some of this is like legitimately limited or standard brawl. Fly away deals damage equal to that card's power to target creature. That's actually sweet. Sack a token, draw a card. No. When this enters, 2 damage to any target, you gain 2 life. If players dealt this damage, they discard a card? That's kind of interesting. Like, we kind of have something like that already in our Angel of Wrath, but we're pretty much always join the stream and hear Mint. Mint! Thank you so much for stopping by. Yeah, just casually griping about how, you know, mint chocolate is objectively the worst mint. I prefer my mints as, you know, hard little candies. Sometimes I'll take it as green tea. And I'm also trying to see if there's any of the Omen Dragons left that are worth crafting specifically. This is what creatures you control get 1/0. Whenever you attack, you make a token. Yeah, whenever you attack, mobilize 1. Wait, is this just whenever you attack? Yeah, okay, so whenever you attack, not whenever a creature attacks. 3 damage to target creature and then destroy target non-creature artifact. So, you know, you gotta do this in response to the crew. Whenever another creature you control enters, this creature deals a damage to target opponent. This is just 2 damage to any target with Harmonize, but it's sorcery speed. I don't know how to evaluate some of these. I guess I just don't worry about it. Okay, so like the first question is, what are we actually trying to soup up? I feel like it might be Averna. I feel like we go through here. I actually had an idea. The idea goes something along the lines of, oh, that's right. I did get a Roaring Furnace and Steaming Sauna, so like, pretty nice to have. Find some of these Oma cards. See what we can trim from the top here. And then that turns into early plays that we can make with Karuga. You know, it's the good old... You can actually play this beforehand and circumvent Karuga. You just gotta be smart about it. Gotta be clever. Gotta hustle. Right now, this is mostly just starting on turn 2, which isn't that different than turn 3, but it's actually surprisingly a huge difference. Don't let the people lie to you. For the... Yeah, okay. Like a little bit more on the left. Like this. This is tap up to 1 target creature and you draw a card, and also it's an instant. I see they still haven't fixed that issue. I would like to be able to pull a card from my collection and put it into the deck, and I would also like to have it just like go into the slot in which I am placing it. The 3 mana Omens just aren't worth playing because then we'd rather just play real 3 mana cards, you know. This one is explicitly a team or utility land. This might have a place here, but it's also very weirdly a 2 mana tax to make something uncounterable. Like, I don't know, maybe that's worth it. If nothing else, I do need to remember the old standby of just like test the card. I can hem and haw and say, oh, this card doesn't look all that great, all I want, but it doesn't really count for anything. Don't put your brew where your mouth is. And what do we draw 3, discard 2? Unless you discard a creature, that's not. We're looking for cards that help interact. We can't play anything that costs 3 or less. So make life a little bit easier for us, I guess. This is a decent dragon. It do a big bounce, it do a big fly, and then it also has just like draw 3, discard a card, but it's not what we're looking for right this second. I've been informed that Metaphor ReFantasio is on sale. I've heard it's a fantastic game. Why are you... Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought it was on a scroll wheel. Okay. This is more like what we're looking for. This is a way to held up 2 mana to counter a counter spell. And then we just kind of have an incidental body attached to this. Which for a deck like this isn't. Let's see. We're definitely not looking for any... I don't want to say we're looking for anything that's cheap. But, like, it doesn't hurt. You're not going to turn your nose up at it. Durak is interesting. It's a 4/3 that can't be countered, and then just makes all of our creatures trade a little more evenly if they target. Like, it makes a Verna a lot worse of a target. But a lot of times we're also just playing a Verna as a 4-power card. And then we still have to look at like exactly what is Surak helping us out with. And a lot of our 3-drops need to be about acceleration. Acceleration and stabilization. So for 2 basics, put them in the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. Whenever a dragon comes into play, you can add this back to hand. Cute. There is, whenever this creature enters or attacks into your 2, that's Cycle Wildly. So like the Omen cards are interesting in part that you get to recycle the effects because you're shuffling them back into your deck. So like you can cast the Roost Seek to search for a basic land, and then sometimes you like just draw it again and when you need land and you get more land. All right. As opposed to what is literally just a Worse Cultivate, but a Worse Cultivate that comes into play that has some upside to it, I guess. I guess that is the real upside, is that they are also dragons when you dragons. But we're gonna have a hard time justifying this. We got the Ugin, so maybe I just like play some colorless, slot Ugin into colorless, see if we can have fun there. Doesn't seem like there's going to be a lot else for us. Not in terms of like what we want to do with them. I mean, there's Dragonclaw. That's kind of cool. 5 mana to make the 5/5 elephant, and then also has Harmonize, so you can make more elephant. This is a card I want to put in Averna. Like, just straight up. 3 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. That really helps with aggro. And then also just like makes a lot of dragons. This one, I also want to put an Urine in there. But I've only got the 8 mythics. So, can we put in... We really got to cut, like, a land, a utility land. We have Boseiju. Fetch lands for days. And a conflict. Well, first of all, pull out that Fable Passage and put in the Vista. That's just like the first thing that you gotta do, because Fable Passage has actually been failing me quite a bit. I've been less impressed with Fable Passage now that we just like have the Mythic option, which is really sad because Passage is supposed to be so much more. Cut the Crossroads. You're out of here. Crossroads is unfortunately just like another one that's been objectively failing me. Now we only have to make sure we have these 4. And the Storm Shriek Feral. I'm gonna give it a try if we can find something to cut for. That's the real key here, finding the thing to cut. Because we have like 5 and 6 drop cards now. No can help out. I think the Infernal Titan doesn't stabilize us as nicely as some of the other ones. Terror of the Peaks is really good, but also is not a massive stabilizer, which is what we're looking. Timeless Witness is fine. Tortoise helps ramp. Pock is fine, helps ramp. Guardian Project is what gets us through the night. Prison Reef has some nice things going for it. We got Stomper there specifically to help trigger our 4 power cards. Firecraft at least goes to the face. Bone Crusher Giant, that's like another one of the adventures. So is the Brazen Follower. Those help out a lot. And yes, we are running the Time Warps, but like, you know, if you're gonna like handicap yourself by intentionally playing slower cards, there's probably something to be said about actually playing some of the smaller stuff too. The Oracle the Alpha gets awkward when we start cascading into smaller stuff. What do we have in terms of like this 3 mana cascade? I don't think we have anything, right? No, I don't think we have anything. Like maybe it's cut the Oracle the Alpha. And then maybe the Timeless Witness gets back any card. The only way they have to blink it is like the Thassa. Alright, we'll try this, and then we'll also take a look at... Oh, that's right. Kill 15 of your opponents. Are you... This is going to be an interesting season. I have no idea how I'm supposed to evaluate most of these cards. A Layla? I haven't seen a Layla in a hot minute. Okay, so we do have a turn 1 play. We have plenty of draw if we can resolve any of our creatures. We don't have a turn 2 play. Then let's hold the wild lane specifically so we can surveil first. I think I want to get the Teamer Ascendancy going. So this always grabs green. We have red covered. Want to grab the Hedge Maze? Brotherhood End. That's pretty good. I like that. Play or wild lane? What do we grab? You have 2 red sources. Probably grab Island. Yeah, I like grab that. Interstabbed, pass. Great. Alright, that's 2 creature. Ah, you son of a gun. Alright, well, 2 mana open. That usually means counter magic. Prison Reef? Oh, right. Mana drain's in the format. Okay. If I'd remembered about mana drain, I would have opted to add just Karaga to our hand instead. Now they have Archive. Now they have Alpha. Now they just get everything they want. Guardian Project is just a straight up draw? Is it more important to be mana efficient? Or to get down the card with the higher upside? Let's get... I think... Ascendancy has a bit of a higher upside here. I'm still not sure how I feel about Mana Drain. Like, I acknowledge the swinginess of this card, but I don't think it's the terror that everyone's been worried about. Alright, we are taking the 3, so it's Brotherhood time. How are we liking Dragonstorm? Honestly, it's a little hard to say. Just a skosh. Like, Dragonstorm itself, I don't think I'm really excited about it. But there are some good, solid staple effects to put into the wedged in 2-color decks. So, like, this is very much a tune your favorite decks season as opposed to have fun brewing with new stuff season. Like, we're going to try out some of the Omen cards here in the Karaga deck. Alright, Alayla's back. Do we have anything to draw? I mean, if I can play Averna, draw a card. Bloodbraid Elf. Yeah, let's go ahead. We'll play Averna. Take the redraw. If we draw into a land, we can play Uprising. Ooh, hello. Yeah, I'll take that. And you're not going to trade a Layla for Averna. You're just not. Like, this is an unequivocal exchange. It's like, I'm offering to trade my pawn for your bishop. And, like, sure, you're going to take 4 damage, but, like, you're going to try and build up a tiny mini army here. And also, you're probably packing a farewell. Oh, Ashnod's all. That's... Okay. Well, they haven't presented an engine just yet. Foundry Inspector. Okay. Yep. Okay. Temporal Manipulation. Yep, that is an extra turn card. You could potentially cash in your archive. You could draw a couple of cards. Hey, you know what? Reloading after an extra turn is pretty good. You're probably going to cast an artifact first so you get a free fairy. And then sacrifice it to the archive. No, that's just going to be extra combat. Do you have anything else? Like, that last card in your hand is going to be the game winner here. 3, 4, 5. They drew into a time warp. I mean, like, hey, they had to rip that off the top, right? Alright, 3 cards in hand. 5 mana, 6 mana. Did I go to an IRL event? Yeah, I went to a pre-release at my local LGS. And I just straight up did not have a good time. I do not like sealed formats where it is just 5-color good stuff. Cityscape Leveler. Okay. You're just blowing up Averna? Okay, like I care. Cityscape Leveler. Storm's Wrath. Storm's Wrath doesn't do enough here unless I somehow luck into... What? And then it just has Unearth and, like, can kill me again? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, potentially. We can Bone Crush Giant it for 2. What gives me the best chance at drawing it out? Maybe it's the Bloodbraid Elf. Alternatively, it's the Bone Crusher Giant that gives me... Oh, well, that's a blocker. Like, I lose all my blockers, and I get a couple of redraws here. Yep, we'll take the draw. Rhythm of the Wild, Bloodbraid Elf. Is any of that good enough? Assuming they blow up the Stopper? Assuming they blow up the Stomper... I would only have 7. No, we're gonna call that GG's. And like, I'm going to acknowledge the fact real quick that a lot of people were really excited for Tarkir to come back. And I think that's actually great. I think it's great that they can be excited for it. I just unfortunately was not. And it also just happened that the pre-release experience kind of reflected that. Like, I had a seal pool where I opened Ugin, and I was just like, I don't feel good about this, and that's really not a that's not a good indicator of where your format's at. Like, I even got the cast and used that Ugin and just had nothing else to do with it. Oh, this is we're up against Pro Ear Imperial Advisor. It's gonna be like really, really hard to keep up with. Voltron, I think is what we've got here. All right, so go ahead. We'll pass the turn. Now we can go ahead and hold up either Magma Opus or Sword Coast Serpent. Flowering of the White Tree. That's where you're going. Oh, I need to make sure that we have red and green, red and blue. Grab a steam vents. Alright, make the treasure. We did not hit a land. I am in pain. So much pain right now. Casting this Trailblazer doesn't do a whole lot. We mulligan to 6, so this is just variance kind of biting us in the butt right now. And with the Flower of the White Tree, that is a 1 ward tax on their commander, which, as I was saying with Ishiki, it's not really like a strong, hard protection. It's just kind of annoying, but this is those situations where it's really, really annoying. Sigardus 8, Atali. Okay, you know what? Unfortunate. Unfortunate. All right, hold on. Someone give me a mental slap. Someone give me a mental slap, because this is not the energy we want to go into the new season with. Absolutely not. Hey, I got an achievement. What was this for? Got to 100 cards with wild cards? Yeah, no, that's just not the energy we want to bring into the achievement. Like, oh my god. One of the most annoying things that I remember... Oh, god. One of the most annoying things a streamer can do, specifically a Magic streamer, is to let their salt infect the stream. And I have actively just blocked certain channels out of my feed because I do not like how bad it can get. And I always told myself, hey, you know what? I don't want to be that kind of streamer. That's not the energy I want to bring in. So we're going to get it twisted, readjust our expectations, and remember that we're just never going to beat a Nadu in a fair fight. So just, you know, just relax. Like, chill. Chill for a second. Remember that life has a little more meaning than how quickly, you know, your opponent can start looping time walks. Short bow, +1/+1 reach. Okay. Stable passage is what's keeping us safe and alive here. I mean, I get a chance to, you know, tune up a bunch of my decks that I've kind of been neglecting. That is a rare and beautiful thing. Like, get it twisted. Just because there's nothing that you're excited about to brew with doesn't mean that there's nothing here for you. Wait, hold on. Do we need red? I feel like we need... Yeah, go ahead and put out a... Get it twisted. If this is not a brewing season, then by George, this is in fact a tuning season. Here's my command. Leave that on top. Leave that on top. Play the snow-covered mountain. Play Flush Out. We potentially have time to play the Great Henge if we hit a big creature. I would like to try and draw into an answer, though. So I think the Great Henge is like a really good stabilizer. They're going to have like a ton of fight spells because that's what targets Nadu and then targets my stuff. I don't think I actually get a chance to ever cast the Great Henge. So hey, you know what? It's tune-up season, baby! Because we're going to be doing so much brewing when it comes to Final Fantasy that we're just not going to have a chance to actually play with some of our old cards. And hey, you know what? That's okay. I do have to figure out a way to deal with this fucking Nadu, though. Like, it's already a 5/6. This Nadu is a 5/6. I am 2 turns away from being able to use Burn Down the House. I can get rid of the short bow, so that way they don't just get to keep targeting Nadu. Cash this in. Grab a force because our life is under fire. 2 damage to any target. Hold on. This is whenever a creature you control becomes the target. So, like, we can't even hit the Kami. We can try drawing 2, then discarding 2. We can also try making treasure to help us ramp up. Alright, that shrinks Nadu down, so at least the Burn Down the House can wipe him out. They get to draw 2 more cards. We're living on a prayer here. Alright, that's a Haywire Might. It exiles the treasure. Wow. Okay, you know what? That is rude as hell. Well, we can take the turn, add Karaga to our hand, so that way we at least can play something. We could just, like, get fucking destroyed here. Even, it's so strange. This is exactly how Nadu should have been worded to begin with. And it's still, like, oppressively strong because you just do not have the ability to keep up with the insane value. I think this is not about a 6 line. This is also not about Kogla. Much as I would love to have Kogla, we are just so far away from it. Strictly speaking, we hit something, so... Oh, this gets... Oh, no, don't do Tail's End. Okay, you know what? That's it. That's it. Oh god, that feels so bad. And I am very much willing to believe that it's because we have so many time warps in our own deck that Averna is getting paired up. Like, oh my god, this is what Nadu is doing to me. It's turning me into a Hellcube, bro. And that is awful. That is the evil that we swore to destroy, folks. Oh god. Okay, Necrobloom. We have 3 lands to start with this thus far. So this should be okay. We've got instant. Okay. Okay, we're gonna be. It's cool. It's cool. It's fine. And hey, you know what? There are so many. Oh, Flameware Elf. That means they're probably gonna hit like a 3-drop next turn, which means just Bone Crusher Giant now, I guess. Okay, so we get the tune up Kalia Zenith Seeker. We get the tune up This is probably a flare cultivation, right? What else do we get to do? We get to... I don't know, I guess we don't get to do that much. We want to put red into play. And then... what? Potentially more red? Is there a world where we want to cast red? No, I think it's... a Triland actually does just like a... throw it into play. I mean, I guess that relies on the Triumph to be our double red then. I can play Block, I can get double Forest. Oh, they have walk-in closets, they can replay lands from their graveyards now. Well, it would sure be a shame if I just like stop that right now. Yeah, we haven't got a chance to like play Pock just yet, but that's fine. Alright, there's Necrobloom. Necrobloom can start doing stuff. This is a Mistrise Village? Actually, hold on. Go ahead, play Pock. Play Village. Now we have 2 villages. That basically pays for itself. Add Karaga to hand. Then pass. Necrobloom's gonna start making a bunch of tokens. That's what Brotherhood End is gonna be for. Oh, that is like mass value. I mean, we're not gonna be able to do anything about the Necrobloom itself. We're gonna get in for like really big punchies. Just gotta think 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're just like one away from being able to Brotherhood End and Karaga. Well, isn't that funny? You're so funny, deck. And Toxic Deluge coming up, though. Take an awful lot of mana to get rid of Pock. Awful lot of life total. Trailblazer Outcast, though. That's a good card to hold on. We definitely don't want to shuffle that away. How do we do? Trying to think. I could cast Karaga, draw tons of cards. I could also play the Brotherhood End. I think I play Brotherhood End and then swing it with Pock. That's what makes the most sense to me. Like, it just gets rid of Oracle now. They have to pay the amount for Toxic Deluge regardless. But now this potentially forces them to use anything in terms of protection. And then I also, let's see, this is 2 mana or less? Well, we're gonna lose the Trailblazer. We got the Foretell of the Multiverse. Okay, so the real question just kind of becomes, what do you have in your graveyard that's worth Delirium, going into Delirium 4? Are you willing to pay like nearly your entire life total to get rid of Pock? I'm willing to bet no. Alright, so you do start making zombies. We're still at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. That's enough to go 3, and then Karaga draw. Like, the important thing is that we got rid of the Oracle Multi. Oh, they had a Shaldrick's Edict. Okay. You know, they're probably feeling pretty good right about now. We could Nightclub bounce the... They don't get the... They also get like a free Toxic Deluge. How am I feeling about that? Like, Nightclub, make them melt their zombies. Braga completely replaces everything. This is not enough. Like a Verna... Yeah, maybe... No, I should have played the Bone Crusher Giant, because the Bone Crusher Giant could at least block the zombies. They can play lands out of their graveyard anyway, so they don't need the even edge. And Karaga draws cards for each other permanent you control. So in order for that to be worth, you want to have like 2 or 3. Nightclub Bouncer at the end of their turn. Alright, so they're gonna get back their Oracle. That's what they're gonna do. You know what? Completely fair. I have an opportunity to do this now. I'm gonna take it. Like, they can go ahead and crack the Fletcherstrand in response. Which is what they're gonna do. But now that they want a Wrath, they have to Wrath away their land that is Oracle. Necrobloom is another deck that I would like to update, but like I don't think we got enough cool utility lands to really utilize it. Although maybe with the new Absent land, that's not true. Fiend Artisan. Okay. Alright. They're going down to 8, so like the amount of life that they can pay into their Toxic Deluge is greatly diminishing. We're behind on board, but we're ahead in like life total here. That's what I thought. Alright, so Sword Coast Serpent. Is that a viable card that we want to bounce? We potentially want to bounce the Fiend Artisan, right? Keep it from being active. Alright, we draw a land regardless. Go ahead, crack that for a forest. No, not a forest, a mountain. Bone Crusher Giant. Braga. We get to draw 3 here. Storm's Wrath. Let's see. Activate only as a sorcery. Let's do that in main phase then. Like I could hold it for the rooms for the dragon. We gotta draw 3. Oh, I see. I see. That's cute. So that's just like 8 damage. 4, 3. They know that. Let's see. This could potentially turn into a Wrath. So if we block with Nightclub Bouncer and Bone Crusher Giant, they still have to pay 4 life to get rid of Karaga. But they also have Soul Shatter right here. I'm just going to take it. Because they still have to use the Toxic Deluge. This just means that they have to pay like the full value to get to -3. Oh, they just went and did it. Okay, sweet. Soul Shatter, Necrobloom is still here. They have 3 life. You gotta sacrifice the creature with the highest mana cost. Roaring Furnace. To target equal to the number of cards in your hand to target creature and opponent controls. Any of your end step draw a card. I mean, we do still have to actually like play stuff because we'll die otherwise. Wait, hold on. This has no. This is not the Hasty Dragon, which is unfortunate. We can use it to counter the Fiend Artisan. I think. Hold on to the Storm's Wrath. And pass turn, I guess. Karn's Temporal Sundering. Speaking of time walks. Oh wait, no, fuck! I let it resolve, no! Okay, it's fine, it's fine. This is secretly so we can use the Storm's Wrath. Secretly, I hope. Take 6, yep. Alright, we're taking a buttload of damage here. This is what? Can't be blocked as long as you've cast a non-creature spell this turn? Voice of Fortune. Okay. Okay, let's think about this for a second. We can kill the Fiend Artisan. We can also, like, kill the Necrobloom. Kill everything. That would buy us a little extra time. How much? A lot. Alright, they're gonna go down to 2 life. I feel like we should have had a way to, like, close this out before then. Mm-hmm. Alright, all the creatures are gone. Delirium still exists. And the Fiend Artisan could just, like, abdicate us. We could just cast the Storm Brood. Force them to have a creature to block. I'm trying to think here. What is, like, our optimal way of being right now? This is seek 2 cards. I think I just play a dragon and, like, force him to use a removal on it. Like, if they have to use a removal on the Stormbrood, and then we can go into Averna into Karn's Temporal Sundering. Like, that's how we win the Time War. Going down to 1! Do they have Courser or Druid to, like, make that work? I mean, we just hit Guardian Project, which is neat. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I mean, all of these lands cost life. They're at 1. They could... Yep. Make zombie. They go past combat. Uh-huh. Fiend Artisan. Yeah. Okay. This is activate only as a sorcerer. What? Okay. So... let's do it. Return target spell or non-land permanent to their hand. So then, yeah, bounce the Necrobloom. Remember that they are completely tapped out for the Woodland Cemetery? Alright, target player takes an extra turn, bounce the token. And then we also get to cascade off a Modi. God, that was so slow, though. 2 damage to any target, and then also I will destroy an artifact. That was a weird slog. I feel like we probably could have gotten that a little earlier with a little tighter play. Oh my god, but at least we got the kill count. We got the bounty. We'll take that. We'll take that. We'll take that. Actually, you know what? I'm curious now. So, I have looked at Hardened Scales decks before. Let's see. Thought I saved template for it somewhere. Like just all the hardened scales stuff, right? Well, there's hardened scales per se. I have hardened scales dragon now. I'm gonna try one more with Averna. And like if she continues to feel weird about it, then I guess we'll try brewing something on stream. With hardened scales dragon. Yeah. Look, anytime that you're playing something like Magic, anytime that you start getting all bent out of shape about cards coming out or card matchups or just anything in general, that's usually a really good indicator that you need to check yourself. Sabsunin Luxa Embodied. Can't attack or block unless it has an even number of counters on it. Oh, this is a card I should put in Averna. Why didn't I think about that? This is going to be really slow. The interest restoration means that we could potentially catch up. Sibin is going to be focused on ramp as well. Mistrise Village can make sure that the interest restoration doesn't get countered if we do it correctly. But this is pay blue tap, so like this essentially turns restoration into a 5-mana card. At least it's the next spell you cast and not the next instant sorcery. I think if it was just the next instant sorcery, it would have been straight up unplayable. We'll lead off on the catacombs and make sure that we have... There's red. We need red-green. Make sure that we grab... Maybe a red-green. So we need double red. Yeah, I think we need double red. Also, I missed my opportunity to crack the fetch and surveil. Fortunately, the Sabsunin player is going to give us the chance to add in Sabsunin. Maybe we'll get lucky. We're still at like the start of the day. Ooh, death begets life. Yeah, see, this is the stuff that I'm excited for. This is what Dragonstorm is about for me. It's about getting really good multicolor staples to just help reinforce some decks that might be a little lacking. All right, you know what? When people ask you if you're a god, and that's what I am. Wait, I wish I could find a way to put in Crewfix, but Crewfix is just like a little slow for what this deck wants to be doing. I think Sab works out well because Sab can actually block the turn she comes down. Reach, Trample, Indestructible. Can't attack or block unless it has an even number of counters on it. 0 is even. That's good. There is also O'Hare. You know that many cards from the top of your library? Put a creature and land from one of them on the battlefield, the rest go on the bottom. Maybe O'Hare is surprisingly good at catching up. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm like thinking about this just a little too much. Like O'Hare is really good for building up board. Building aggressive. Building energy being really aggressive. What would we pull off of that? The Dragonstorm draws cards. Did we just kind of devastate our 5 slot? I feel like that might have actually been the case. Acidic Slime is like, it's good as a naturalize effect. It's good because we do need to make sure we have removal. By that same token though, like, hold on. If I were to take the stuff that I'm playing here specifically to help smooth out our early turn. then this is all we have left in the fight slot. Okay, that's a little silly. So then maybe what I'm doing is I'm cutting out some of the really big. The roaring furnace that was actually kind of industry, fine. Maybe what we don't need scholar. We don't need omniscience. Take out the stuff that's there just to really get in with time walks. Maybe even consider the idea that what we need is in fact not time walk, but just solid cards. Cards that help us build board state, because time walks and time warps are otherwise just expensive explorers. I have seen someone take like 2 turns in a row and then just like have nothing to do on those turns. Ooh, Fellow Thar. Okay, this is our first chance to actually see it in action. This is gonna be really brutal. Oh fuck. Okay, so like if we draw a 3rd land on the draw, Brotherhood's End helps out a lot. But that's the only situation where this hand is good, because we still lack for green. Do we run any of those? Fury helps out a lot. Roaring Furnace is probably better base removal. Does Mario Command help us ramp with Fury backup? Not crazy about the double mountain, which means the Scalding Hunter is going to turn into a blue-green lane. But we have options. Going for the turn 1 Bird of Paradise. Lord Skitter, Sewer King. That is interesting. I don't know that that's well, I guess it makes rats that you can sacrifice to pump up Felithar. Blue green. Sab. I'm gonna leave Sab on top. Now Fury only hits 4? Does that mean I eat the Prismari command? Or do I use the furnace? If I use the furnace, I can kill Skittering and get it on board to unlock later. But if Felithar comes down, it's gonna make everything big anyway. I need to hold on to the furnace. So I guess what I'm doing is exiling this Prismari command. And we're going to hit both the bird and Skittering. And then I could hit the rat too, but I'm going to hold on to it. And at this point, we also just kind of need to... Oh! Missed land drop. I don't mind seeing that. Alright. So let's go ahead. Roaring Furnace. Get rid of that Gallagher like ASAP. And that's enough. Okay, we got there. Yeah, I think the action is to just like... take out the Drat. Actually, you know what? I've got an idea. I don't really want to, Wait, no, come back, Sword Crow Serpent, come back! You paid the price for Time Warp Sins, and that is not fair. That is not fair by... That was River's Review. Need to put that. Alright, so, like, hear me out here. We're taking out the Time Warps, not because we're trying to make the deck, like, weaker per se, but because I have now realized that the Time Warps aren't going to be as effective in a deck like this specifically. because this deck is having a hard time actually setting up a board to take advantage of time warps. Now, that being said, I am perfectly okay with replacing them with some cool new fun stuff. So like this Moraine River region, that's a pretty decent dragon. We'll go ahead and put in there. That seems like it's some good tempo. And then what else we got here? Surak? Surak makes the removal worse. I'm all about that. He's also a big creature. What else do we have? Captain unless you control an island swamped, and it's 4 mana, tap, surveil 2. That's not bad utility. I don't know that's what we're going for. This one is not going to draw us a card. We have Team Ascendancy for that. This one is going to mill us. We don't have any synergy with. Alright, you know what? I'm going to do this as a special Dragonstorm treat. Dragonback Assault seems really cool for this. And then what else here? More effort. Make cast sorcery spells and dragon spells as though they had flash. That's cute. Was there anything like Aether Drift that I'm missing here? Oh, there was like the you know what? You know what? I actually completely forgot. Lumbering World Wagon is actually really good because Averna could just crew it by herself. So there's that. I don't think we need Howler. 5 damage to a creature or planeswalker, and then you get the loot. Not bad either. Put a creature or vehicle from your hand onto the battlefield. Vehicle, you get counters. We got 7 there. Guess loot bad. Loot's pretty good in the vacuum. Also, block's really good. Oh, we're at 100 cards already. Sorry, loot. Bye, loot. I've never built a Hardened Scales deck before, but I guess this is the point where we try. The real question is, can we build it as like a fun Endure deck? Let's see. We're up against Tot Yava. And we're on the play. A good rule of thumb with this deck is that you need to mull until you have at least 3. Emoti, Teamer Ascendancy, and Nightclub Bouncer, I think, helped us out. Plus, having the Mistrise Village might be relevant. Use the Windswept Heath to set up Surveil. Like, we're in Karaga. They're not under any impressions that we're going to be holding anything special up. We have 2 red sources. We have 3 red sources. Altawar City junk that. And now here's a tricky question. That's 2 mana. That's potentially a mana drain waiting for me. We're just gonna chill out for a second. Like, if they want to threaten mana drain, I'll pay 2 life. I'll pay 2 life specifically so we can try playing Nightclub Bouncer at the end of their turn. As long as we draw lands, like, we're fine. And see, yep. They're even gonna be able to hold up. Oh, I forgot to pull out the Time Warp. Well, this is interesting. Oh, wait, no, that takes my blue. Right, fuck. I need more blue. Alright, so you got a Glow's Cobra. You got another land. You're really, really banking on that mana drain. I was about to say, well, we can go Team of Ascendancy or Choice of Fortunes, but no dice. Let's see that. Alright, so I would love to hold on to Choice of Fortunes. But I need to get rid of this Lotus Cobra too. How does that factor? I can... Like, that's not what you want to be doing. But it's definitely what we are doing. Mistrise Village being... Oh, wait, no, they can just pay the green to make an extra copy of the Cobra. Oh, this is bad, folks. This is really, really bad. Alright, GG's. I fucked that up. I forgot that the fucking Nantucket was gonna make copies of the snake. So, like, here's the main problem with Averna. It can't keep up with other decks that are really good at accruing value. Like, this is a deck that's meant to get value over time. Or, like, just snowball. Ramp ahead and snowball. But then if the other deck is also ramp ahead and snowball, like Gretchen Titchwellow here, then it's a rough time. Mystic Study, kind of results here. Anything else to pitch to Fury? I'm gonna keep 6, I guess. Lock. Are you better than Sabsoning? Rarely enough, I don't think you are. Alright, well, this is going to turn into Breeding Pool. Specifically so I can bounce Delight of Halfling. Now, this doesn't actually, like, stop Gretchen from being played, but, like, they were holding on to a Cultivate or something. And this is where I hope I draw into that third land. Third land, Heuristic Study might be a little better. Because Gretchen starts going off next turn. Woof. Land comes into play tapped. You hate to see that. Wait, why am I even playing the tap lands at this point? Like, they're good fetch targets, but like we already have Shocks and Surveils plus Tri-land. And all right, let's see. Let's pretend for a second that's not mana drain. Let's pretend for a second that it's just actual factual counterspell, right? Which card is more devastating to get countered? Heuristic Study or Cultivate? Probably the Cultivate, so that means you lead off on the Heuristic Study. Yep, Heuristic Study gets counterspelled. It actually was actual factual counterspell this time. That is just like the other big problem, is that if the other deck has efficient, cheap counter magic, then they can get under you. And a red and blue. And if they can get under you, then while you're struggling to set up with all of your mid-range haymakers, then they can just 1-for-1 you, draw, and then stay ahead. Which is why I so often just pick it up if, like, the Tatyava deck is clearly holding up counter magic or something, and they've just like they have a board state that I'm gonna have to try and deal with. I'm just not drawing anything that helps me keep up. Okay. Alright, so we have some options. I can go 5 mana Karanos and start bolting. I probably go Sab, though. Sab lets us actually play Great Henge, whereas Clothis and Karanos are more like enchantments right now. I don't know, man. I'm still just kind of feeling this out. All right, so now she can't attack. She has a counter on her. But I do get to start multicasting. So I can cast the Great Henge. Great Henge potentially gets countered. But the upside is just too much. Like, okay. Great Henge gets countered. I can still play Pock or Trailblazer. I'm probably fine playing, even plotting Trailblazer. Like, this is what Gretchen Titchwillow wants to do. It wants to play draw go. It wants to play hard counter. And then... yeah, so let's go ahead and just, like, crash in with our... this is what, 6 mana? It's 6 mana. Like, that's what they have. They have the mana. I probably even should have held up. Oh no, they're gonna go for activate Gretchen. Wait, hold on. Oh, can't attack, right? Because no even number of cards. Okay, this is gonna be a slugfest, and this is gonna help refund the mana that Gretchen gets from putting lands into play. Burn down the house. That's pretty cool. Let's think about this for a second. We could potentially play Pock. We could Locker Room. Let's play our Surveil and get some more information real quick. Intis Restoration. I think what we're in for is go ahead, attack in with everything, start getting pressure on him. They have 4 mana available. We have 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. I'll attempt it. Yes. Because if this gets countered, they get to keep their board. If it doesn't get countered, we wipe. Alright, so it is a Frilled Mystic. That's what they're holding mana for. And then... go ahead, cast the Trailblazer, pass the turn. I'm not really sure what the end game here is. Because we can keep crashing in with Sab Sunan every other turn. Next turn we get to draw 2. You probably just play 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess we would have been 8 if we'd waited on the Trailblazer. We could have gone Karanos and Clothis. Probably go Clothis first. Alright, so like, yeah, that's a Primeval Titan. Primeval Titan grabs a couple more lands. I played the Trailblazer specifically so that way they couldn't counter the Trailblazer. They have to focus on countering every creature that we play. So I wonder if that was actually correct. Because the extra mana that the Trailblazer floats is kind of a big deal at this point. Stick with it. I think we need to get the Kronos out. I think that's the only way that we're really able to keep up. If they draw into the River's Rebuke or their Cyclonic Rift, they already have a really commanding board presence. And now I have to leave. I'm going to go through a turn cycle where Sabsunin can't even block. Yep. Lol, never mind. Bass is just going to blink Primeval Titan every turn now, from now on. And Primetime gets to attack next turn. And they have Nissa. And they have Tireless Provisioner. So, like, okay. Land that makes spells uncounterable. Late game stage like this, I think it's amazing. That is unfortunate. Brazen Borrower is not going to do enough for us here. Like... 1, 2, with a couple of fetch lands. Yeah, we'll call it there. Play the Wrath into an open counterspell. Sucks. I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it because, like, it's an unfortunate truth if this ends up being the case, but I'm honestly kind of starting to wonder how much Brawl should let myself stream this season. Like, maybe what I do is I just focus on tuning up my decks on my own time. And then we just kind of accept... Oh, wait, hold on. This is kind of fun. What's we got? Have some monuments. 2 cards from a graveyard, from a single graveyard. Target player gains life and draws a card. And then just destroy all. You know what? That's fine. I can get in here. Oh, that seems fine. Okay. So, like, the first rule of streaming is that if something is getting you down, if you're starting to get, like, really frustrated with something, and something's just not working out, if you're just, like, straight up not having a good time, bro, you need to step back. You need to reevaluate exactly where you're at with your hobby. And, like, goddamn, I was having so much fun playing Armored Core yesterday. I'm still having fun playing AR with Fran, but I don't know what it is. No, that's not entirely true. I'm saying that as a when it's stalling by for time. There is something about some of these matchups that is really making it hard to enjoy playing with some of the decks that I really like the concepts of. I think that's honestly just getting lost in the brew, though. I think that's look at your brew and being so proud of how it came together in terms of building and how it played out the first few times that you've done it. And then you run into that wall of going against decks that are actually tuned for the Brawl metagame, and you go, wow, this sucks. I love this deck, but it's doing horribly, and this is adversely affecting my position. And when that happens, like, you need to get it twisted. You need to remember that, no, you made a shitty brew deck. Of course it's not going to work out. Like, do you think Averna has a chance in hell of beating Dadu? Maybe if you get, like, the right draws together. But you're playing Averna Karuga in a format against decks that are a lot faster and are able to interact with your deck on an axis in which it absolutely crumples. Like, that's just not going to happen, brother. And when that happens, you know, just come back and get that perspective. A deck like this shouldn't need, like, a lot of ramp. Go ahead and get utility lands in there. Chanter. Bog is also free. This is the Abzan one. This is the one that just makes spirit tokens. Requires you to exile creatures from your graveyard. Why would I ever want to do that? I could just reanimate them? Hey, there's the Phyrexian Tower. Okay. Looks like it's almost entirely just a matter of we need to grab our lands. I don't know. Like, I like the art for this guy. I think this dragon is pretty cool. But this dragon is also just like the only thing it has going for it is that it's a toughness matters dragon. Other than that, it's just like a 5/7. I don't know. Let's just kind of hold off on that. All right. Is this going to be pain? Is this going to be absolute devastation? Does Kali even still have all of her allied fetches? He doesn't have the enemy fetches, though. Let's fix that. Trying to think. The only enemy fetch that she wouldn't have to worry about is... Wait, hold on. What am I talking about? Just, like, go to the filter. You just go to the filter, type in rare, search. There you go. So that goes in Kalia. That goes in Kalia. That does not go in Kalia. That goes in Kalia. That goes in Kalia. Go through. We have 4 lands. 4 lands. Fantastic. We no longer have to play Forsaken Crossroads, Fabled Passage, Captivating Crossroad. Even cut out Sunbaked Canyon. I'm gonna try it. This is probably gonna be another scenario where a deck I really liked just cannot compete against some of the current day meta stuff. It has been at least a year since I've played Zenith Seeker. Let's see. Victimize, 3 lands, Bolt. This works. Burial Rites and Victimize. If we can find some good rummaging targets, I think this will work out. Tommy of the Bamboo Grove. Okay, puts a land in play tapped. That's fine. Restless Ridge. Good tempo. Good tempo. I will raise you white-black. Go Backstreets. Backstreets. Pharaoh-Goth. Not a bad card to hold on to. Is that a card I want to draw? I think I'm going to put that in the graveyard just so that way we can try and set up Victimize with an extra target. Elspeth Conquers Death. Not bad. Okay, so that's an elf. At this point, like, they're gonna have food available. Let's see. I can play Kalia. I can play Kalia into counter magic even. Game of your upkeep, exile top X. That's upkeep, so I'll have a chance to bolt on my turn. Can even potentially Elspeth if I hit something big. Still thinking about this. I don't think I lose too much if I do this. Gonna go ahead, cast Kalia. Yep, memory allows to put her on top. Alright, let's go ahead and surveil first. You know what? No surveil. Just grab the Tri-Land. Layla. That's a card that I actually kind of have to deal with sooner rather than later. We'll put Kali into our hand. Fortunately, we have just the thing. Exile Layla. Next turn, their counter magic gets really expensive. Means they can't protect loot. Protecting loot is the most important thing here. Go ahead. Bolt the baby. Like I said, it's really more of a tax than an actual problem. Alright, sweet. So there's Dragon, there's Demon. Do we want Aurelia or Archangel of Wrath? I'm going to take Archangel of Wrath. Archangel of Wrath can hit the token, it can hit the Mirror Breaker, it can hit loot. And then we also just have Rakdos here. I love Archangel of Wrath. This is like the biggest reason to play Zenith Seeker over Kali of the Vast. Okay, so they did do it. Alright. Vargoth is back. Hit the Narcomancer, I guess? I would love to hit the Reflection. Let's see, this is gonna, that means this is gonna be like what, 7 mana? That's a lot. NGL. Alright, so target loot. Target... The Goblin kind of dies in combat. So the Anarchomancer makes things cheaper. The Landward Elf actually... Hold on. Maxes the number of other non-land permanents you control. You may play those cards this turn. Yeah, we're just hitting loot, and we're gonna... There's a case for, like, both of these. I think we actually want to hit the Shaman. Because then if the Fable gets to transform, we get into the scenario where it can potentially just, like, keep Goblin machine gunning us. Alright, that's loot. Secret to everything. And... Target player searches their deck, puts something wherever they want at the top. Alright, so I can play Rakdos. I can draw extra cards. I can activate Vargoth. And now I have to think. This is 3 mana, this is 3 mana. Is there anything that I could use here that would help? Or at least set me up better for next turn. They're gonna draw 3 cards potentially. Call the Rain. Edict? Probably not. Path to Exile, Reanimate. No. None of this actually. That's the mustard here. We're not playing with any of the pitch spells, that's for sure. It could just be a Deafening Clarion. I kind of like deafening Clarion here just to like turn things off. We also have like Sarah's Emissary, Bruna, Grizzle B. I could just like fucking you know what? Let's just put Aurelia on top. Because if we can't find like a hard answer, then at the very least we're gonna make it so that way we can just win. And if they hit Kellen and Tyler's Provisioner, that's not gonna help them win. Like, okay. Rhythm Wild, that helps you cast stuff. Tyler's Provisioner, it has an extra counter on it. Invasion of Zendikar, that also does nothing. Congratulations, we win. Nothing they have has lifelink. They have exactly a 3/4? Yeah, that's what I thought. Ooh, it would have been nice to have, like, a flare, I guess? Because then if they hit into River's Rebuke or something, then we can sacrifice Rakdos? Make them sacrifice either the Reflection or Loot? Alright, I'm gonna be honest. I shouldn't feel better after that. I really should not feel so much significantly better. Aunt Laza. Flicker, blink, and more flicker. This hand is not gonna get there, not even close. Swords the Plowshares with Invasion kind of works. Deafening Clarion can wipe away a lot of the dorks. But that's only if we manage to hit a third land off of Surveil. It's tempting. It's really tempting. There we go. Okay, so we go ahead, we keep the 6. Toss back Barbarian. With Kalia's Zenith Seeker, I do have the freedom to mulligan a little more aggressively to try and make sure I hit 3 land drops. Faithless Looting. Use that to loot away the dragon. And anything else big that we get? Scale Shepherd. When this creature dies, you draft a card from it. And then... Okay, they're all just like really, really... Source. And then for tempo reasons, we can go ahead and abrade it. I guess if I hadn't seen the Shepherd, I would have considered holding on to, just firing off the Faithless Looting to dig. But now that I think about it, it really is just better to hold this for tempo reasons. Since next turn we're planning on playing Kalia. And if they burn their Flicker spell here... So much the better. Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and load up. Oh no, is it actually Mana Tithe? It's actually Mana Tithe. I expect Mana Tithe in like mono white decks, really aggressive decks, not Aunt Laza value. But like, okay, I guess that's the timeline we live in. Wrath of God, that'll help out a little bit later. Let's not loot. Let's go ahead and Clarion to slow them down. Now they can't just like go into Pant Laza ahead of curve. Wrath of God into Pant Laza. They can potentially have the white flare to stop that. I need to hit another land drop. Got 2, 2, and 2. Let's grab red, black, I think. Alright, and then... They're just gonna Swords Kalia. I mean, they can. That's fine. It's just a Oh, she's just a draw 1. You hate to see that. Well, they kept us off of drawing with Kalia. But I can't say that was wrong. Kaba Ready Rebels. That's a card that we're going to need to stop, like, ASAP. Fortunately, we did get rid of it. Next turn, I absolutely play the Faithless Looting. Whenever one or more creatures you control with trample deal combat damage, you make Dinosaur. Path of Exile. That's a card I'm gonna need to cut. Yeah, we'll just Wrath now. And then we'll play Looting so we can try and hit something big. No such dice. Drop the Dragon Engine. Drop the Dragon Engine. Drop. Let's see. We're currently at 5, right? 8. Next turn we'll be at 6. That's also when Dragon Engine is going to come back in. So none of this matters in the grand scheme of things. I mean, I guess having the Bloodstains fire so that way we can Path the Exile if they play anything huge. That's not irrelevant. And then we can bring back the Dragon Engine and reload our hand. Speaking of... Oh, right. It's got a beginning of combat trigger. Whoops. Alright, that's a misplay on mine. And I wanted to wait until they could, until they cracked the Air Mesa. But actually keeping the eggs from hatching was probably the more important thing to worry about. Go ahead, grab our Sacred Foundry. And then... Path the Hatcher. Like, this whole plan gets ruined if they just have an Ephemerate that they can use on it. The Dragon Engine at least walls the 3/3 now. We do lose whatever we... Hold on. Okay. So, I can use the... The Edict doesn't even, like, do anything, because they just sacrificed the egg. Yeah, okay. Well, the important thing is that we had a chance to think about it. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and take a mulligan on this. And hit nothing but lands, baby! That's how we roll. At least at this point, you know, we could pretty handily play whatever we draw. The question is just, are they going to get their, you know, triple-headed monstrosity out before we get a chance to resolve an Avacyn or a Grizzlebrand? Oh, wait, no, this is Zenith Seeker. I'm not even running Avacyn. You know what? That is, strictly speaking, not a bad card. I want to hold on to this mountain so we can Faithless Looting. If I need to, I'm going to use the Fillet Strand to just, like, infinitesimally shave off a card from my deck. Give us a better chance of hitting something relevant off of looting. They're at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They're 1 mana away from, what is it, Sakama? Pretty sure it's Sakama. Pretty sure it's Sakama. Huge one. Hard hitting question. Honestly, at this point, just leave her in the graveyard. Leave her in the graveyard as a animation target. Wow, burning 2 removal spells like that. If you control a creature 4 or greater, you draw a card. Alright. Um... I can flashback Faithless. But I think at this point I need to play the Extraordinaire. And Laza's probably going to come down here soon. Yep. Okay. That is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can have 2 mana left over. I think I can replay the Dragon Engine. I don't think I get to. I think I just need to play Gisela and Swashbuckler here just to have like cards on the board. And then I pray to God that they don't have another heavy hitter. Alright, do they hit Mana Dork? No, it's Stalwart Spear Tail. Okay. Whenever this creature is dealt damage, other dinosaurs you control and dinosaur cards in your hand and library perpetually get +1/+1. And whenever it attacks, it deals 1 damage to each creature and planeswalker, so like makes everything big. Alright. Oh, you've killing me, Smalls. You're absolutely killing me here. I can attack with Gisela. I think that's what I need to do. I think I attack with Gisela. I give her double strike. So I can bolster my life total more. Start getting some chip damage in. Play Dracosar. Play Backstreet. Reanimate? I don't exactly have great targets right now, but reanimating Kalia could find me one. Vermilion, thank you so much for the Hydrate Redeem. I'm sorry that I didn't figure out how to actually like fix the desktop sound notifications, but let me assure you that I got a good earful of ice cold water. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. I managed to bolster my life total with Gisela, which is good, but Regisar and Stalwart Speartail actually just mean that all their creatures are going to be big times big. Okay. How dead am I? Because this is also going to affect whether I block or not. Whenever this creature is dealt damage... Okay. Whenever this creature is dealt damage. So currently this is 14. If I use Dracosar to block the Speartail, then I will be dead. That is a fact of life. But the opponent has apparently realized that the Crackback is actually way more lethal. Like, they figured out that they don't have lethal if I block correctly. Which I think I would have waited until at least blocks go off before I, let the pick it up. So Dracosar exiles the reanimate, and that automatically gives me a treasure. And that means that Gisela attacking will have double strike. So damage from Gisela plus Dracosar in the air, that's lethal. Okay, I'm gonna play at least one more game with Kali before I start messing around. At least one more. I should probably play like a bunch more. Try and remember where the weak points in this deck are. Wayfarer's Bobble's probably one of those weak points. I think I easily Got that for Mox. Immerstorm Raider with Rakdos joins up. Farewell. This is a deck where we just do not have time to putz around. We just have to go. And that's actually one of the things that we're really, really, really bad at. Elspeth conquers death into Reckless Barbarian. I don't think that's fast enough. I need to, like, just hit something. Faithless Looting could get us there. Like, put away the Dream Devourer, which we're not going to be able to cast. Use the Faithless Looting. Dig for reanimation to reanimate Sarah's Emissary. Give us protection from creatures. The only way Tiamat wins is with the enchantment now. They are absolutely playing 5-color combo enchantment. Especially if they're playing Changeling Outcast. Alright, drop you and you. Good news is we have our black now. We'll probably use this to grab red. Need double red for Fire Blood. Farewell kind of helps out with that. This is what? Pay 1, add 2. So this is just a net +1. So they're currently at 3, 4, almost enough mana. That is really, really bad. We just needed to, like, absolutely spike drawing into... Reanimate, Victimize. I will take Victimize. Terror of the Peaks. Yep. That would be a creature that we can protect ourselves from. Gotta be Elegant Park. Verdant Catacombs. Not what we're looking for. Bargoth. I can play Sarkhan. But Sarkhan just gets shot for free with the Terror of the Peaks. I think this turn is better spent by either Faithless Looting or Kalia. By Faithless Looting, that lets me dig deeper. Kalia lets me find more targets, but we already have targets in the graveyard. Invasion. Invasion doesn't get there. Okay, their lane comes into play tap, so we're not getting Tiamat just yet. Thoughtseize. I can Thoughtseize and then Sarkhan. Alright, so we just lose 2 life. That's fine. Sarkhan is absolutely going to die, but that's fine. He's dying for a good cause. Oh, boy. Well, that's all the dragons. I don't think I even get another turn. Like, I need fast mana to get this Farewell off. The only way that I could do that is if I top deck Dark Writ. Yeah. In terms of, like, going fast, not this deck's specialty. This is not a fast aggro deck. Just mid-range Reanimator. So Tiamat players, I have a riddle for you. Like, don't you just, like, have a bunch of things that you know you can do?
A dragon would rather die than lose.
Inspiring Overseer. That's currently like what, 12 plus whatever the breaker does. I mean, I'll do it. Just to see if, like, there's a chance. Oh, reanimate? Exactly. Draw 3, discard 2, Blade Ring. Alright, let's see if it works. Let's see if that is literally enough to get there. Draw 3, discard 2, tap a creature, draw a card. Make dragons. Punish, draw. Yeah. Oh. Just fucking get fireball to the face. Wow, okay. Yeah. Yeah, we knew that that was a real thing, but that means that they drew it in, like, the either that turn or the turn before. Like, ow. Ow. We tried! We top deck. We literally pulled the heart of the cards and drew exactly the card that we knew that we needed. And we just got fireballed. Ow. Sucks. Ishin doubles attack triggers. Ishin's probably gonna have a great time with all this new support. Adrenaline Vala, Burn Rune Demon. Is this like, is this fast enough to keep up with Ishin if we're on the play? Why are we still playing Smoldering? Shh. I don't think this is. I think we need to go faster. Strike It Rich helps. Rip Apart helps. Nahiri and Gisela are also really good. So the downside here is that I am no longer having. I don't have any black if I want to get this Strike It Rich down. So I think. If I Strike It Rich at the right time, it's fine. Normally, I'd love to go into a turn 2 Kalia with this. But a Mardu deck and an aggressive one of that's going to have really efficient removal to help remove big blockers. Strike It Rich can help me get Gisela. I'm going to use this to grab... I want to say Triome. It's probably going to be Backstreet, though. Just so that way we can have a little bit more filtering. Lisa. Lisa is a really good card to help stabilize us. And... we can go ahead and pay the 1 here. Now we're in a position to play Gisela. Play Gisela ahead of Curve, even. Or play the Rip Apart. Fearless Samurai. Let's see. Next spell you cast this turn costs 1 less. Let's think about this. So whenever this attacks alone, right? Whenever that attacks alone. So go ahead. 3 damage. Pay the 1. Next turn we can potentially play Lisa. Lisa and Gisela help stonewall this. Play Gisela first. War Leader's Call. Get Lost does get rid of that. We have Nahiri here to get rid of enchantments. I could play Kalia and reload. I think right now we're kind of in an attrition match. They haven't had a super explosive start, and I'm to the point now where I can start casting my mid-range stuff. If I need to double spell and play the Get Lost, that's a good point for me to play Kalia. In the meantime, Gisela can hold down the fort. Alright. So, definitely want to get rid of that War Leader's Call. And it Swords the Plowshares. Farewell. 2 other creatures exile. Pay 3. He's indestructible. Becomes indestructible. Controls attacks Gideon if his controls next turn if able to. Is that actually like a huge problem for me? I don't think it is. I think... Go ahead, play Lisa, pass. In Lisa we trust. Swords to Plowshares is a really powerful removal spell to use on Gisela. If they can go ahead, attack with Kithian, even make him indestructible. But then we have Get Lost to destroy the Planeswalker. Esper Sentinel's gone. Gideon is here.
Defend yourself.
Until your next turn, target creature gains indestructible. Not that creature. Yeah. Yeah, they're spinning their wheels here. They could make Lisa attack Gideon if able. So... this is where we go... destroy Gideon. Another Goyth is kind of a problem. And then leave back Lisa to block. Yeah, right now we're running the attrition war. We are going to lose 4 life off of those guys attacking. Oh, they just have Dismember. Ah, god damn it. God damn it. Alright, well, everything's ruined forever now. They had it. I can use Nahiri, but too late. Oh god, every time. It's so unfair. I love Lisa, but every time I play her, she just eats removal. Every time. It doesn't matter how late in the game. Removal will somehow magically find its way into the opponent's hand through that magic we call variance. Fuck you, RNG goddess. Fuck you, RNG goddess. Nadu Winged Wisdom. I gotta tell you, not looking good. Not looking great, in fact. Lift top ice. Oh my god, the hand is. I'm keeping it, but I'm not happy about it. We need to overhaul the mana base here. These check lands are so bad without a fetch land to go with them. Ragavan. I wish, buddy. You know what? There we go. The monkey's removal. The Isolated Chapel makes that so awkward too. I mean, like, objectively blocking is the correct point there because, like, you just don't have to deal with Ragavan then. Every cast it's a sorcery target creature. That's... how worried am I about bolting there? How bad is it? I could call the ring now and get that going. I think because that's the more mana intensive play, that's the one that we have to do. This sucks because now the bolt just turns into they get to draw a card. This needed to be updated just one more time to say twice on your turn. Alright, Cavern of Souls and Island. Now this is also awkward. This is awkward in part. Because what I want to do is be able to double spell. I would love to be able to use Sarkon to start, like, digging through some stuff. All I need is, like, additional creature, though. Tireless Provisioner. That is gonna immediately eat a bolt. It is a Surveil land. Nah, we're just gonna go ahead and bolt it now. There's some thought that, like, I could draw into a red source, so I should probably hold on to the treasure. But the matter is that once the treasure is made off of the treasure Tireless Provisioner, it's going to enable either any other snakeskin veils or anything like that. And that is a big problem on that side of the board. Metropolis Reformer is okay. Not be blocked by power. There. I think I get rid of the Reformer here. I'm probably casting Kalia. Casting Kalia main phase there would have given me more discard targets. They can wash away here. They will wash away here. Well, I mean, like, countering Kalia, it keeps me from drawing, and there's a tail swipe. You know, maybe I'm the problem. Maybe I'm the problem very specifically. Because I'm trying to play a reasonably fair mid-range deck. Against a deck that can generate value just by being sneezed on. Yeah. It's the strangest thing to feel like you have a grasp on the power level of your deck, and then to get mashed up against Nadu, and then you look at it and you're like, how am I supposed to be expected to win this half the time? Like, Wizard's article has said that the algorithm is working such that 85% of the time, you are being mashed up against a deck that you should have a 50-50 shot at beating. Except, you know, when you play your deck, you're like, okay, like, maybe I see the logic, right? Like, this is a Reanimator shell that is playing things like Grizzlebrand and Sarah's Emissary and a lot of powerful mid-range cards, and if you get any of these cards to resolve, Grizzlebrand can take over. If you can, like, reanimate Mr. Grizzy B, then you pretty much win the game. But the algorithm, and this is another thing that the devs have said, it can't look at the combination of the cards and be able to evaluate, right? The only factor that we know are the weights. And so even if you think that your deck is, like, you know, just kind of a fine, fair deck, then it could still end up getting paired up from those weights. And, like, it's not even just the weights. It could literally just be, hey, you know what? At this point of day, a lot of people are playing Brawl, and a lot of people like playing Nadu, because Nadu is a really, really strong commander. And, like, I'm not saying, no, this isn't like, hey, if you like Nadu, that is fine. I don't have a problem with you. I don't have a problem with you. My problem is with the fact that the Nadu design just frustrates me so much. It is such a frustrating design to have to play against, and unfortunately, you know, sometimes I'm trying to. It's hard not to want to play every match and be like, okay, you know what, we'll go ahead and give this a shot. But then it gets so demoralizing when, you know, you kind of just get trounced. But that is what it is. You can't really stop that. Anyway, I'm going to take just a quick break, and then we're going to come back and we're going to start doing some tuning. I'll be right back. Don't touch that dial. Run into the webbing. Run into the webbing. Taking the cuckoo back to the pen. Gonna join the other hens. Ding dong, I'm a clock soldier of Cocorico, and the curve of time is 9:51. Hello, the sun, how Zelda's attended the great Impa, opened this village to the common people. We have only a small population now, but someday this place will be as lively as Hyrule Castle Town. Oh yes, it will. Climb up the stairs at the north end of the village to find the trail that leads up to Death Mountain. But you need the king's permission to actually go up the mountain. Okay then. So then we've got... Wait, hold on. Is there anything up there? Potentially. Oh yeah, dance, 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 dance. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, you caught me in a good mood. You caught me in a good mood in your pun past. Okay. Boom. Yep. Okay. Yep. Yep. You get one, Jess. You get one. Flip it, another laugh. Alright. So, now that I'm done fawning over my new model and the whole... And potentially subscribe. I don't have, like, any sort of, like, fancy post-editing to do, like a... Hey, y'all! Let's be sure to smash that like bucket! Like bucket? Likes are buckets? Interesting. Okay. That's a good strawberry. Oh, wait, hold on. What if we were to... Oh! Oh, I get it now! Those things let you reuse your dash, huh? Don't they? Creatures we have in here, we've only got Burning Rune Demon and Amia. I'm probably gonna exile card. Oh, they got the 7 so they can play their Sinner's Judgment. Then they are through more counters. Wow. Okay. Bit of a miscalculation on my part. Bit of a very strong miscalculation on my part. Yeah, that's really all we can do. Damn. This card is obnoxious, especially when you're in mono black. I don't have too many answers for it either. Yeah. Honestly, I don't think they really care what they take. Let's see. That doesn't help. That doesn't help. Yeah, we're just gonna go for broke. Let's see. Remove X counters from target. X is the mana value of the exiled card. I mean, that technically works. But at that point, that's just going to be delaying the inevitable. We need like a hard answer. Villas would be a great... hard to have, but... Because, like, theoretically, all we have to do is kill them before we get that third counter. There we go. That's what we want. Yep. No! Massive misplay! Oh, I forgot about the stupid mill. Oh. Oh, can I get an F in chat? Forgot about the mill. Oh. That's not the first time that I've been got like that. Oh my god. What feel bad? I can't. Oh, what massive field bad. Oh. Well, at least I have a... Like, here's the thing, right? There it is. There's a Master Sword. And I feel so apprehensive about this. Like, maybe this is just foresight, or hindsight. Because I know what's going to be here after we pull this sword out. And there's a part of me that doesn't want to, like, you know, leave this part of the game just yet, right? Because this is literally Link's childhood, and there's still so much to explore and figure out and find. But we gotta do it. We gotta keep going. Did I stock up on bomb chews? I did not stock up on bomb chews. Wait. I can get bomb chews? Heck yeah! Forget Destiny! We gotta go get bombs! And away they go! And we got dodge. You know, I don't think I've ever actually played this. God, that's a big cuckoo! That's a big cuckoo! Holy! And we're just gonna hardcast the Avacyn.
Yeah, we drew your favorite card.
Yeah. I maintain that Avacyn is in fact Kalia's girlfriend. And that the two should never be separated.
But you separated them by cutting Kalia from the deck.
Oh no, you're right!
Oh no!
Wait, did they just try and bedevil Avacyn?
Oh.
Oh my god, the feel bad.
That poor soul. They might just be out of luck here unless they draw one of their few exile removal cards.
Yeah, for real. Like, we're just gonna bash in. And then we've got so much gas right now.
And so much mana. The bank job really is very strong.
It is absurd. I want to start getting some life too, so we're also going to drop a Baneslayer. Because, like, there's no kill like overkill. And, like...
You go ahead.
Oh, yep. Okay, so... Yeah, okay, they can definitely get rid of their own golem. It's too late for me. then he's gonna leap up like a fucking snake and snatch it out of the air. The ball right here. Can be picked off by him or him if we wait even just a bit. So we have to go for the fast release. But that's okay. That's what the slant is for. That's what the click slant is for. But Langford fucking gives up on his route. And it's like, oh, it's okay. I could just sit here. I could just sit here and grab the ball. But the quarterback's like, no, that's my ball. I'm going to go get the ball. Langford, you got to fight the ball. You got to go fight for the ball. All right, heroes, we are back. Okay. I did the thing. I took a step back. I used the washroom. Washed my face, even splashed some cold water behind the ears. I went. I heated up some leftovers. I'm gonna take care of any sort of hangry status I have right now. Is it cools off enough for me to actually be able to swallow? Which again, we only do because we love them. But also, I think today might just be giving me the moment of clarity that I need to say that I am probably not streaming Magic this season. Like, I was already taking a break during Aether Drift, but one, if I'm going to be tuning up older decks, that does mean that there's going to be a lot of inherent frustration with making sure that the power level and like the deck flow gets tuned up correctly to where it's getting queued into. Two, tune-up streams aren't necessarily a big driver. Like, there wasn't really a big driver for the streams to begin with. There were a few people that would come in and take a look, and I'm very appreciative of those people. But it's not like doing weekly Brawl showcases was inherently moving the needle. It definitely was not pulling in more heroes into the audience, you know? So, I don't necessarily have any particular reason to continue streaming Brawl if I'm not feeling up to it. Now, I still need to actually, like, play Brawl, but if it's going to be to the point where I get visibly really frustrated and I start devolving into, you know, LQ bro territory, that's not a good sign. That is a very, very not good sign. I still need to find a way to make sure I get my daily win every day so I can farm gold for Final Fantasy. But it does mean that there will be less Hero Girl stream. Ooh, hot. It's hot. That's okay. This week is part of an exception anyway. I still love streaming. I still have so much fun with it. I want to keep it that way, which is part of why this is a get away from having to work on stuff stream. Or, yeah. That's why this week is a vacation, quote. Like, it's a vacation where I'm doing stuff, but it's also a vacation where I am not working on any of my longer projects. So with that being said, I am going to finish the stream today. We still have an hour to go. But this may end up being one of the only Dragonstorm streams I do this season. Actually, hold that phone. I'm gonna just switch over to something real. I'm gonna hide Rena. Alright. I'm gonna hide Arena real quick and I'm gonna go buy my mastery path. Let's see. I need 19, I need 1900 gems. Ad funds and authorized. Thank you so much. By the way, this is funded exclusively by the gifted subs that everyone has provided me over the past few months. You guys make it possible to get the bare minimum assistance I need in order to make sure that I can keep making cool and fun decks. Because that's really where I have a lot of fun with this. It's just making decks I think are neat and then sharing them. Like, I can't be an all-out brewer where I just like work on all the stuff. What are we spending the orbs on, by the way? It's some pretty cool sleeves. Let's see, these are pretty dope. And then they have full art. Anything else that's like actually okay? Nope, it's just gonna be these 5 sleeves. All right. There we go. There's Fankeeper's familiar. Unfortunately, day 1 is just not going to be a fantastic day for brewing. That is just the truth. We can go ahead and pull out some of the cards that are definitely not going to cut it. Story to the consoles. I had that there specifically to curb aggro decks. I think I'm looking at Curse of Silence now instead. Invasion of Gabakon, kind of similar. It's here partly because Kali can punch it, and then it can start scaling up incredibly quickly. All the ring. This has strong utility for Kalia specifically. Let's see. Is there anything else that was just not really impressed by? I don't like Baleful Amit. I just don't. I think we could probably find a demon that has a lower cost. Young Red Dragon I keep putting back into the deck because the 2 mana instant speed ends up being okay. It means that we have something to do if we're trying to hold up removal for something. Decadent Dragon also has Adventure. Zella. Practice joins up is cool. We could end up putting in the push-pull from the Vast version of the deck. Let's see. I'm going to put in Mox. Good old Cromox specifically. Push-pull. I think having Cromox specifically inclinates me to putting in push-pull. What cool demons did we get that we don't have yet? Rock Cursed Rakshasha. I would not be above crafting a card like that today. Exile target creature from a graveyard that was put there this turn. Create a token that's a copy of it except it's a nightmare. And exile all other nightmares you control. I mean, it's pretty cool Reanimator. But it's only this turn, so you would have to like time it perfectly with looting. It's a little awkward. But it's also not sorcery. So like it works with things that just get killed. That could be something. That's Razor Demon. This is the one that gives the opponent a card out of it, but it's a 7/7. Exile the top 13 cards of your deck, then search your library for a card, put that card into your hand. 4 damage to any target you gain. Target opponent discards. Draw 2, you lose the game. Ever after. But they get it without paying its mana cost. So like the Demonic Bargain is probably the thing that they just grab. And then it answers the Razor Demon. also like a really risky top deck. But then the ward is also discard a card. But then again, it's also a 7/7. What else do we have on here? Demons have always been like a slight weak point for this deck. Like there's just are not a lot of effective low cost demons, which is why the Rock Curse Rakshasa is actually kind of a big deal. Shillingar. Shillingar is kind of cool. Helps enable reanimation. Abomination, that's a card that you can see. Oh, we don't. That's right. Runescar Demon is available here now. Like, Runescar Demon with Ephemerate is actually real. Note that these are also demons that you could run if you really want to. Yep, Valgavoth is also here. I think I might actually end up liking Valgavoth more than Brand at this point in time. Just like the single solitary reanimation card. Just so much harder to get rid of. Bone Karn Butcher, though. It's a 4/4 demon. Kind of like Butcher the Horde. But then it also makes the tokens relevant. But this one also has fly. Let's see. What did we get recently that's cool that... Let's thing. 34. We have 11 angels, 12 demons, 10 dragons currently. A lot of those dragons are going to get put in here though because they have some good omens. There's Angel Finality. Angel Finality is like a card that I've been wanting for this deck for a long time. And it's nice to go through and just update things once in a while. You don't want to go too hard. There was a point where we had just like a bunch of the Baneslayer cards in here, but then the deck ended up being way too hard on the mid-range. And like it's that same problem that I was talking about with Averna. If you're playing a deck that has like a lot of heavy hitters, if you get matched up into a deck that can 1-for-1 you and then also build advantage, you just never get a chance to actually do anything, because it's either I play my spell, they counter it, I resolve my creature, they kill it, and then they manage to get Marchesa or something out, so that way they're drawing off of it at the same time. Unfortunately, just throw haymakers in and of itself is not viable in those types of matchups. Steel Seraph is kind of cool. There is Angel of the Ruin. Angel of the Ruins does cycle. I think, let's see, did we get the Eternal Dragon? I need to double check. Not all these cards are going to make it either. In fact, I would hazard to guess that most of these aren't going to make it. Artifacts, creatures, and planeswalkers. So this actually shuts down our stuff too, which is unfortunate. This one makes a soldier token. And then the dragon is just kind of whatever. So unfortunately not what we're looking for here. Timeless. I don't think Timeless Dragon cuts the mustard, but we're gonna have to. This is what we want. This is what we want. Like, this is a dragon stapled onto removal. What else we got? You are... Target creature gets +2/+2, gains lifelink and hexproof. And then also removes all the counters from up to one creature. So, like, you're interesting in that you are protection. And you actually have, like, a decent cost, too. Up to put a 1/1 counter and then draw a card. This is a redraw. It's got flying and death touch and then exile and is also graveyard hate. That's a much stronger option, I think. This is a dragon warlock from Wilds of Eldraine. Sacrifice a number of artifacts or enchantments and or tokens. Draw that many cards. Yeah. Fire Spitter. The Venturing Dragon. This is the Decadent Dragon. This is whenever it attacks, you make a treasure token. Yeah. I mean, not quite a gold span dragon, but like if it gets the job done. Magmatic Hellkite. Destroy problematic land. We can kind of go with a little bit of a flicker sub-theme here. We try. Optimal word being try. So this is interesting because it's discard a card to draw 2, and we want the ability to pitch. Like we're already playing the Emerson Raider for that. The difference though is that this is a discard 1, draw 2, so it will replace it. It replaces itself, right, and then shuffles back in. You know, this is a discard a card, draw a card, and then you get a body. Like this kind of puts you ahead. And then it also chump blocks. There's no way that was all the omens. I guess it was. That's a little surprising. Yeah, and then there are new Mardu dragons. Like Sonic Shrieker comes into play, shocks, and then if it shocks a player, they discard a card. But I don't think it actually clears. Could it be better than Lisa? I don't want it to be better than Lisa, but it might be better than Lisa. Like that is just the sad, sad, sad truth. Kind of plays a little bit like an Archangel of Wrath. An Archangel of Wrath is a very playable card. She has lifelink. Let's see. So these are all the omen cards. We have 3 monocolor omens. 1 that goes red-white. 1 that's black-white. And naturally, there's not going to be a red-black one because ally colors are for chumps. I could be convinced to potentially put in a scavenger region. Oh, and then how could I forget? There's actually just like generic stuff that we want to make sure it gets in here too, like the can't be counter exile drought drain 3. Yeah, that's gonna be here. Yeah, there's a snare there. Oh, and we absolutely need to fix the lands. The lands are currently at 37. Maybe bumped it up to 38. Okay. Is it just those 4? Those are the only 4 in Mardu? Behold a dragon to deal 5 and then gain 2 life. Caustic Exhale. Behold to -3/-3. Actually, you know what? That might also clear. Hold to exile. You may cast a spell as though it had flash if you behold a dragon as an additional cost. 4 damage. It's not nothing. Like, you know what? No, that's probably asking a little too much. What are we looking at here? Sack a creature. It's just straight up sack a creature. But sacking creatures isn't bad. Like Zahura's gonna go crazy for this bird. But decay to count on each of X target creatures though. Not bad. At one point, I remember running Bank Job. Bank Job for the longest time was just like a massive, like it was a wonderful grind out piece. Absolutely fantastic. Exactly what you wanted in a mid-range deck. but it's just so slow. It's like Phyrexian Arena that it takes an entire turn cycle to get back to your upkeep so you can get the creature to play. But then the fact that it's either you cast it or it goes to your graveyard and then you get a treasure. Like, that's essentially 2 turns of setup if your goal is to try and use it for a reanimator strategy. I'm starting to think Bank Heist might be better as like a top end for like something like Lizard. That's currently my thoughts on the map. This is exile creature, make a spirit. Harmonize. I don't think we fuck with Harmonize. What else we got here? We've thought about Sarkon before. When he enters, if you behold a dragon, you make treasure. And whenever a dragon enters, he gets bigger. But he himself is a human druid. And he's a 2/2. So not only can we not grab him with Kalia, we'd have to set Capture Souls to human, not cleric. And we want to sedate the cleric because some of our demons and angels are incidentally clerics. Reaching Dragonstorm. I wish we got the 2-mana enchantment that gives flyers haste. That would have been so good. Okay, let's look at the multicolor stuff. This is where it's going to get good. The creature died under your control this turn. Each opponent sacks a creature of their choice. No, we're not interested in lands. This makes goblins and also overruns. This is a flurry card. This is target creature gets +X/+X, where X is the number of creatures you control. Defiling Current. We've already talked about how bad that is on rate. This is a straight up, you draw 2, you lose 2 life, and then it really wants you to go wide for the second effect. Inevitable Defeat, though. Or that slides in very neatly. This creature enters, exile up to one other target creature you control until this leaves the battlefield. Whenever this creature attacks, for each opponent, create a tap token that's a copy of the exiled card attacking that opponent. At the beginning of your next end step, sack those tokens. What? That's actually sick. I would love to like put Nerev in this deck, but I don't think it actually does anything. This is the extra combat step. We're going to talk about the Shrieker. And then everything else is just smoothing for limited? Smoothing for limited, yeah. Like, we've got a few different slots to beef up. And yeah. Like, it eats up yet another mythic and a rare, but if this is what I want to play, then that is okay with me. Okay. We wanted a little over 30. That's 41 creatures. The dragons just got swole. Okay, let's think about this. Which one of you are creatures? And which one of you are just like support that we're going to be adding in without pulling in creatures? Because I'm pretty sure these are gonna make it in already. Hold on, do we have Ulcerate already? Do we have Ulcerate? Hold on, pull off the Dragonstorm filter. Like, that's basically a... Yeah, it's Ulcerate. So, like, cost of exile. If we have a dragon, it's 1 mana. I'm gonna try it over the Ulcerate. I refuse to play Dismember. Or rather, I refuse to craft Dismember for a mythic. It should not be a mythic. I would be, at most, I would say, okay, we can go ahead and put that as a rare. But, oh my. Alright, so how do we actually want to swap out the creatures here? Because we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep, exactly 11. Currently, creature count is 41. So some of these other support cards are inevitably going to come out. Like maybe push pull. It's possible. KT the Archive was also a discard outlet. I think KT the Archive. That's interesting because it did a lot of mana fixing. It was also part of the really, really mid-range plan. Just sort this out real quick. Is this a world where I finally pull out Ragavan and I don't just rely on Ragavan as like generically red good stuff? Probably. Because like we have the Chromox. This is before getting to like the evoke and pitch spells, right? We're not running Solitude, we're not running Fury or anything like that. Not yet. We're not running the flares. This is literally just swapping out the creature side. And the creature side might not actually be able to get in. We have 13 angels, 12 demons, and 15 dragons. We actually need to shave a couple of dragons. That's probably like the first thing that we do. Rectos, Burning Rune Demon. Like, do we cut Grizzlebrand for Runescar Demon? That doesn't sound right, but I think that actually plays a little bit better. Because we're not like burning no, not Burning Abyss. What was I thinking of? Into the Breach? Through the Breach. Yeah, we're not using Through the Breach here. Let's also like cut this back. Angels, demons, and Dagrons. Dragon, dragon, dragon. Also a dragon. Also dragon, angel, and then these are our demons. Well, as we discussed prior, as much as I wish it was possible, I don't think we actually get to run either of the cycling dragons. Although I guess we could potentially like swap Red Dragon for Eternal Dragon. But then that's more grabbing land rather than accelerating with treasure. Okay, Barbarian here for acceleration. Dream Devourer here also helping out with Foretell. Storm Raider. This is basically a redraw. Is basically all it is. Is that worth playing? Probably not. Roast. Roast is still worth playing, absolutely. Pitching and drawing, that's still good because this actually sets up reanimation. Setting it up so that way we can meat hook massacre. That is also good. Also a 4/4 that has a pretty steep ward cost. Razor Demon. I want to give this card a try, but we still need to figure out exactly what we're cutting for it. We're at 36 cards. 36 creatures. Let's see, we're topping out at 7. Do I need to cut? I think I need to cut Lisa, which is really unfortunate. How are we still doing? We have 11 angels, 11 demons, and 13 dragons. Like, we still need to cut 5 cards. But we're also going to take a look over here. Double check, see if there's anything here that we could potentially like cut out. Key to the Archives putting us from 4 to 6 means that we can cast pretty much anything that's in our deck. Victimize. Rising of the Day is pretty fine. Cold Steel Heart. How important is it for us to go from 2 to 4, you might ask? It's been pretty important. The move over to 4 is real. Moonveil Region is a real card to play into before we go into Kalia. Chromatic Lantern helps a bit with that. Maybe we could theoretically like cut the lantern, try and go cheaper. The strike it rich. The strike it rich has been very good for getting Kalia going fast and early. Like, it just is a good turn 1 play. If we have better turn 1 plays, then we take I think turn 1 play actually looks like playing more discard. What I actually go do is look at duress. Just add that to help out. As opposed to, say, playing a grief. Still trying to get there. We do want to be a little heavier on the creature so that way Kalia can consistently hit. We're currently at 13 dragons, 11 demons, 11 angels. So, like, the dragons could potentially be cut down a little bit more. I could theoretically cut out Barbarian. That way we're less about fast mana and more about setting up and digging. Scavenger Regent, it's gonna need to be like -2 at least to be worth. I would not be surprised if the Razor Demon just like comes out relatively quickly. Seems like the kind of card that, you know what? I think I've talked myself out of it. I think this is actually going to be better in a really aggressive Black Red Shell, maybe something that can run Teamer Battle Rage. All right, so we still have like 10 demons. Double check to see which of those demons we are. We still have the Raider. We have Rixasha now. Dream Devourer, Vargoth, Butcher, Spawn, then Valgavoth, Runescar, Rakdos, and Burning Rune. Double check the angels. Sarah's Emissary, Bruna, Aurelia, Archangel of Wrath, Finality, Gisela. We have 11 angels. I am loath to try and cut out more, but I haven't really been impressed by the Logic Investigator. And then get those Dagrons out. Stormbrood, I'm expecting big things for. Stormshriek Feral helps out. Young Red Dragon, yep, this helps store up our early game. Decadent Moonveil and Scavenger Regent. Belt Gold, Glorybringer, and Dracosar. So then we just need to cut one more card that is not a creature. And then we'll just tune up the lands. Elspeth Conquers Death is good for us to have. We don't want to cut Wrath of God or Deafening Clarion. Like Deafening Clarion to help break out the small aggro decks. Wrath of God and Farewell. Also just really good Wraths to have in a mid-range deck. Or maybe I'm thinking about this in too harsh of terms. Like, Deafening Clarion's still worth holding on to. Do we actually want to hold on to two big Wrath effects like this? Wrath of God helps us out against, like, the really big green decks. I'm gonna try it. And what we'll put in place is Ephemerate. And now let's fix the lands real quick. Alright, sweet. We don't need any of the check lands. We don't need the Horizon lane. We definitely don't need the Tango land. The battle lands, if you will. I had a guy who insisted on Tango lands, and I never really cared for it. I think that, you know, battle lands is good enough. Battle lands is distinguished. Now, we do have a ton of tech from... Which ones are Tangos? They're the ones that come into play tapped unless you have 2 basics. And then they also have land types. Like Dragon Skull Summit? No, those are the check lands. They just require you to have a land type. The Tango battle lands from Battle for Zendikar want you to have 2 basic lands. And speaking of lands, we just need to put in 5? 5 and we're fine. Let's go ahead and put in spell lands. Witch Enchanter. Bog is free. More or less. There is a Boggart Trawler as well. And we could also put in Arena of Glory. Any other lands that are worth putting in here? I don't really like the Cloud Post, not the Cloud Post lands. The Horizon Canopy lands. That's what they are. The Horizon Canopy lands, where they tap for the second color if you have like the right land type in play. Don't think that's what we're doing. Let's see, don't need any of the Snarls or Man lands or anything like that. I think I'm pretty sure we're set. And then before I take this into queue, I'll just peek in the Vast. Yeah. Alright, take a look at Kali the Vast real quick. And then was it Fell the Profane? That's what I need to put in. Okay. Fell the Profane. Anything else that's cool? I mean, technically we could put Cruel Claw in this deck too. Cast that card, but discarding rather than paying its cost. Lily is fine. Here's Persist. Fear of Missing Out. Thrill. Arcane Signet. And then just like a flush. Oh, that's right. I also wanted to put in Curse and some of the other small removal. Alright, so we can put in Fell the Profane. We can go ahead and take out the Boggart Trawler. Go ahead, we can run Curse of Silence in here. We can go ahead and put in... I want to put in Fatal Push. Just make that change. Maybe swap out Push and Pull, even though this is a decent target for Chromox, but adding in other MDFs actually also helps that out, surprisingly. And then let's see, what's one more specifically non-creature? Slide in efficient removal for clunky removal. Slide out. Rip is really good and versatile. I'm tempted to pull out the Cold Steel Heart. I'm trying to think, wasn't there another 2-mana rock that we had? Take a tap for any color. I don't think there was. Like, there's solar, and that eats energy to tap for any color. That's probably it. In fact, I think Fatal Push is probably better than Exhale. So that's just that's a linear swap. Coda's Fankeeper. Oh, right. We're already seeing some of the new commanders, so, like, a ton of people are excited about that, and that's good. Mold to this. On Codas, start with a Thoughtseize. I think this works. This needs to grab black. Ah, no, shoot. Okay, this is going to be just a little awkward. Because this is double red. This is double red, and this is a fetch line that grabs red. Which means that we are effectively going to be locked out of one of our colors if I shock this in and grab it now. So I'm going to go ahead and pass. And what we're instead going to need to do is grab our Tri-Land. Alternatively, I could grab a Surveil Land and try and dig deeper for a white source. If I grab Savai though, that keeps us flexible. And hey, there's a black source. Yes. Yes. Alright, Thoughtseize now. So we have no blue lands. But we have Explore, Mana Drain, Case of the Trampled Garden, which distributes counters. When it enters, distribute 2 counters, and then Growth Spiral. So, like, they can't count the Growth Spiral. It looks like they're counting on... Oh, wait, no, the Plaza of Heroes also tasked for blue, though. Yeah, let's just go ahead and take the Mana Drain. The Mana Drain is what's going to be, like, the biggest thing. And they can use Plaza of Heroes, use that to play Codas. That's at least one blue source. And they drew into the Gilded Goose, so they have more also blue source. We could have Arena of Glory with a Phyrexian Dragon Engine. That is a thing that we are able to do. I think I am also in the mood. We don't need to use the Arena of Glory just yet. Angel of Finality or Sarah's Emissary. This one's going to be more relevant here. Emissary, we are just so much more further away from being able to play Emissary. Finality will at least keep them from trying to rinse us. This is where things get interesting, folks. Because now that they have a 2-1 Indestructible, they're going to get a 4-3 Indestructible. And the only thing I have to fight against that is Shuldrick's Edict right here. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, exile the top X cards of the library, where X is the damage dealt. You can cast any number of spells, mana value X or less, run them without paying their mana cost. What do I even want to do? This is going to be 4 power that just chews through so much of what we have. They're not going to use their goose. The goose is on fire. I mean, like, I can play it and then just like lose my Angel Finale. I guess I'll be mana efficient and play the Angel. And then that lets us double spell next turn. Like I said, so now it's a 4-3. But also, like, it... we can just, like, chump block it for days. At least theoretically. And now they just have, like, the 2 mana available so they can Growth Spiral. How do I want to deal with this? I don't know if I can deal with it. Like, this to me feels like leave that on top so that way they just like have nothing that they can get off of me because they're going to be able to trample through. Meanwhile, as long as that goose is out, I can't even Edict. they could theoretically leave the Plaza of Heroes untapped, so that way any attempt to actually target the Codus is not. It's a harsh world. Okay. Cave of Quit. Remember, it doesn't have trample yet. Yet being the operative word here. They have double blue. I need to get rid of that goose. Aurelia is like my meal ticket here. I'm at the point where I can recast Kali if I need to. This is double red. You know what? Just fucking gun it. Like, if they counter Aurelia, we're forced to chump block with Kalia. We're forced to chump block with Kalia. That's not ideal, but we do get to reload. If we draw into any reanimation, we can bring Aurelia back. The worst case would be if they... Okay, yep. So that's a Wrath. They get to exile the top 4 cards of our deck. And they get to cast all that shit. Oh my god, that was disgusting. Hate that. Absolutely hate that. Like, Tajik is already really good. And he just generates value just by being there. At least this commander, we can block again with a Nadu. So, like, they're on the... Okay, here's where I'm at right now. Swords to Plowshares. Exile their Mana Dork. Young Red Dragon. Deafening Clarion. Doesn't deal with Nadu. Bone Shards. Potentially discard something. Kill a creature. Get something back. That's the only way this hand works out. Roast only deals with creatures without flying. Bristly Bill. I mean, I could at least roast it. And I will. Whether it is nobler in the mind to grab a basic now, or to just fucking eat all of my shocks. Well, roast works. Yep, that's Allosaurus Shepherd. Oh, do they not have blue? That is astonishing if true. Like that... we whiffed. Not completely, but like just enough. I can... I need more looting. Okay, so like... That counts as a win. We take those. But I would like it understood that it took an extraordinary amount of luck that the opponent did not have any blue sources. This doesn't even search for an island. It just grabs a forest. You kept a hand with no blue sources because you had Bristly Bill turn 2 into being big against a Mardu deck. So like, we won that because they didn't draw any blue sources to play their Nadu. But we also won that because the opponent kept a hand that had no blue sources. At least the packs will be good to... Yeah, I get our rare wild card back. Yeah. And then we also get... We have 3 packs. We can go ahead and get the sweet sleeves. That's pretty good. Actually, hold on. Do I have... I think I do. Oh, wait. Okay. I was going to think about switching it over the sleeves, but I'm like, oh, but I have these really cool, you know, macabre sleeves, and I want to hold on to those. And oh my... Okay. You know, sometimes you just gotta get some perspective. Sometimes you just need to get paired against something that isn't Nadu. Remember that there are other things that with Nadu that are also like really, really strong. Stormbrood is actually... We can start on Bog. We have Mox here to help out. Like, this is a bit of a dicey hand. Maybe I need to consider more basics. Probably consider a few more basics. So we could theoretically Fatal Push. We also have Bolt. Bolt is kind of just better. We could hit the Victimize. Ah, that's bad though, because we don't want the Chromax to be on black. We want it to be on literally any color but black. We definitely don't let the bird on tap though. So Bolt the bird. Pass the turn. We can Fatal Push if they decide to play another Mana Dork. And then next turn, we're going to decide if the Swashbuckler Extraordinaire gets exiled under the Mox. Oh, fuck no. No Brood Scale for you. And fortunately, we don't have to make that choice. This is going to be... It has to be a swamp, unfortunately. But since Swashbuckler is probably what's going under, we'll grab Godless Shrine. And then... wow! Well, that does happen. That does happen, unfortunately. I am really enjoying Twin Moss Stormbrood already. Like, just having a roast that we can draw into. Pretty nice. I would love to find something that we could... Oh, Bristly Bill. I unfortunately cannot deal with it. I guess that means the Swashbuckler is getting played. Let's see. So this is a sorcery. We don't have to worry about losing that. Would have loved to have spiked a creature, but we need 2 creatures to make Victimize work. This is just one of those games where Chromax is officially a dead card. Chromax might actually be more problematic than I thought. Alright, that's Dusk Legion Duelist. Which means it's going to draw a card every time they get a land. With Bristly Bill by itself is a problem. Scythe Cat Cub is like actually a big win condition. Like, I need to be able to kill Rocco. Rocco just goes way too fucking hard to not. But I'm being presented with too many threats, and I don't have enough ways to deal with them. The Scythe Cat Cub gets a counter whenever a land comes into play, and then it doubles its counters. Like, that cat actually just goes way too crazy. Meanwhile, Dust Legion Duelist is what's drawing him cards. Bristly Bill also puts counters. So if I kill the Cat Cub, then they get to continue drawing every time they hit a land. If I use the Storm Brood, I also just don't get... And then there's the Angel Finality too. Fortunately... Okay. What is this? Is this going to be... Is this a turbo game? Or is this a long game? Because if this is going to go long, then I need to kill the Legion Duelist so they don't just bury me in card advantage. And then I potentially just die to big creatures and need to top deck removal in order to beat them. If this is a turbo game, then I'm trying to race and I get rid of the Scythe Cat Cub so that way they can't just do that. There's just like... I guess there's a case to like most of these things. But... the options aren't great. Like, okay, Rocco's down. Rocco's presented enough threats to be able to reasonably suss out whether we have anything or not. Land, Rocco, Bristly Bill puts on a trigger, a counter. This is end phase, right? Right. Which means I should have held on to this for afterwards. Despite the game not being over, it feels over. Like, it's hard to imagine being able to beat the advantage that an extra draw every turn is going to beat them. They get 3 extra draws because of Rocco. So, they play their Kami the Whispered Hope, which is a hardened scales effect. It adds an extra counter if they put a counter on anything they have. So, the Dust Legion Duelist is going to be a 5/5. And then this is going to get bigger, so it taps for even more mana. They're drawing 3 cards a turn to my 1 card a turn. Legion of Duelists is officially to the point where... Let's see. This is how we can get absolutely blown out. But I am going to triple block. They could choose not to kill Kalia, Zenith Seeker, instead kill just the Swashbuckler. I don't think a gamer would do that, though. Having the red open means that it could just, like... Yeah. Do I leave Kalia in there? Try and victimize her back out so I can redraw. I think this time I'm going to move her to the command zone specifically so I can... There's just... Okay. Game has shifted away just a tad. I'm going to try and get in my chip damage while I can. Pulling Gisela there is actually exactly what we needed to try and stabilize. But also, so was getting the roast off the top. Like, huh. Good old roast off the top. That way they just get, like, don't get an extra draw. Tommy of the Whispered Hope taps for so much mana. I would have loved to kill that first. But I think the only way we win at this point is to try and race in the air now. And unfortunately, okay, this is not the fight. This is the doubling season effect. That's bad. It's theoretically going to get a lot worse. Okay, trumpeting Carnosaur, not good. That means that we just take 8, 9. Really hoping Gisela could hold down the fort. Matchups like this are why I had both Wrath of God and Farewell. But I think in a mid-range matchup like this, you kind of just need to have more draw so you can prosper off of just single target removal. Reanimate. Well, we die if we reanimate the Carnosaur. Trying to think. Is there a world where reanimating Gisela and going to 2 gets us there? If they put a land into play, Bristly Bill goes up to 5. We're at 2. It's not impossible. Burning Rune Doom is the only card we hit. I die if it's the Carnosaur. And then that's just like the misplay of the century. Yeah, I don't know what I was trying to do there. Losing Gisela was just the one that broke the back. The one that blew my back fucking out. We're getting plenty of draw off of Kalia when we can get her to resolve, and I really like what the omens are doing for us so far. This is unfortunately just a matchup where we need really fast interaction, and this is not gonna get us there. This is a lot stronger in terms of being able to actually interact with the opponent. The opponent's going to go first. We're on the draw. I'll hold on to this. But this can go sideways very quickly. We're kind of really counting on our deck to give us that third land. Well, we did get that third land. Let's go ahead and lead off on that. That'll probably end up becoming a surveil land. Because right now we don't have a turn 2 play. We're fine to go ahead and bolt anything that's relevant on our turn. With a deck like this, a lot of what I've seen Omnath players do is just go ramp. Hold on to exactly the one piece of ramp or protection they need to keep Omnath going. Let's see. Let's grab red-white, so that way we have choice while still playing out a shock. Don't want the land right now. Rip doesn't get us there. Alright, go ahead, Plas. So the opponent has already explored and glimpsed the core. So they're untapping with 5 lands on their 3rd turn. Open the way for 2. Reveal cards at the top of your library until you reveal X land cards. Put them onto the battlefield tapped. Let's go in the block order. Okay. So, like I said, they are ramping super hard, and I just don't have any interaction for that. Which means I am very much just trying to beat them on my terms. The reason that they're doing this is, rather than playing Omnath out first, is because even if Omnath gets countered or removed, they can just play him again. They can play him more times than I can do pretty much anything. Because if my removal is limited, like Rip Apart is just like never gonna work. Alright, yep, there's Omnath, and then the last card in their hand... Okay, we do have a shot here. Shot. Burn the Bolt now. Like, the Tireless Provisioner, they have so much mana that that's not going to be the bottleneck. And if anything, I need to make sure that this Rip is available on our turn. Valgavoth. We have plenty of cool cards here. Take a dragon, angel, and that's my demon. Pass the turn. We're going to discard 2 cards. We're discarding Valgavoth. We're discarding... Might be Butcher or Adult Gold. I think it's the Butcher. Despite the fact that, like, we are... Actually, you know what? Discard the Butcher. Now, if we draw into a Victimize, we're set up pretty good. And we did manage to reload on interaction. Problem is that because it is specifically sorcery speed reaction. Alright. We are literally just trying to slow them down. They get a chance to crack their fetch, get a chance to draw. Would it have been better to hold until they crack their fetch? Maybe. Maybe. That might have actually been a little bit better. 4 mana life buffer. They have 0 elementals. Arena of Glory. That kind of helps. So what I can do now is I can Archangel Wrath, shoot the Tireless Provisioner. I think that's what I'm going to do. And I think this matchup is such that I'm going to go ahead and do it like this. I think we need to race, because the second that an Omnath deck draws anything huge, like, we're just lost. We're just done. Like, okay, yep, that's your Omnath. Hit me for 1. You've got 3 mana. You can cast a Cultivate. A Harrow would be the most devastating thing. It wouldn't keep Omnath out of roast range. Ah, that's effectively a Harrow. Glorybringer can do 4 damage. Omnath is at 5, and they probably drew yet another ramp spell. Okay. So now we're burning both Stormbrood and Rip. Try and get this thing under control. I have 4 mana. I need to make sure I draw lands. I can hit him for 6. I'm going to cast the Faithless Looting now in case I can dig into a reanimate of some sort. Not draw into an reanimate of some sort. I'm going to call that GG. That's the end of stream. They refilled. As soon as they play any more lands, they're going to continue drawing. And I've been bottlenecked on mana since turn 3. What I really need to do to make sure that the deck can compete against green decks is to figure out what my plan is. Like, as far as mid-range reanimator decks go, I like this. I think I like Zenith Seeker. I like the mid-range plane that I can play with her. I like that it's got reanimation that can run, that I get to play a lot of the utility cards. I think the Stormbrood is actually a really good inclusion for this card. But maybe it's just the case that the era of mid-range Kalia never was in the first place, and that this deck needs to go harder into Reanimator. Maybe what I need to do is think about grabbing my Kalia the Vast Shell, switching it over with Zenith Seeker, and see if that works. I guess we're just never gonna know. Let's go ahead and check some stuff. And then, well, first we gotta end the YouTube stream. So thank you all YouTubers. Thank you so much. And then we're gonna pop over to Twitch. See if there's anything that we can do in terms of